Good evening, everybody. It's the Wardens here talking about the Season 7 update. I'm sure you've already seen quite a few of the content creators already, talking about like competitive sides and everything else. This is going to be the Wardens take. And joining me tonight, I have the boys from Plymouth again, in Joe McCarthy and Tom Lenton. How are you doing, guys?
Hey Brad, I'm good. Yeah, I've had a really nice day. I've had a very varied Saturday. Today I wrote a song, I played a game of song, I went for a run, and I installed some door handles. So I've done like all the weekend style of activities in one day.
So mostly song related because you could call handles like an attachment, right?
Yeah, sure. I just put an attachment on the doors. Nice.
And you okay, Joe? All good? Enjoying your weekend?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Brad. It's been a bit of a normal Saturday for me, and I've not unfortunately had a chance to play any song, but I've been sneaking a bit of list building in and sort of getting everyone's take on the changes in season 7.
Triple Lightbringers or something.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, without further ado, before we get into the whole update, one thing that I thought we could have a little chat about, because obviously you guys are attendants as well, is the Southern Grand Tournament. Yeah. First off, like, how did you guys find it? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. It's always such a nice crowd. I think the song scene in the UK is yeah, it's just a nice bunch of people. I had a good time. I didn't play very well, didn't do very well, but I had fun, and that's what matters, right? It's nice to see a couple of new players too. Yeah, good. Nice drinks on the Saturday. It was good fun.
Yeah, it was nice actually. Sat like around the table with everyone and just sharing the excitement of song again. Really, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it was a
was.
great send off to season 6 as well, wasn't it? There's a
Yeah.
slightly ominous that a double Lightbringers list won the tournament. But other
Yeah.
than that,
It was a view to the future.
yeah, yeah, it was good, and it was nice to see the Sherwood Brotherhood do so well as well, getting first and second because they've been they're up and down the country, and they earned it, I think, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I said to Lucas at the end of the tournament, I mean, obviously you can watch a lot of his action on stream anyway. I think there's one game he wasn't on stream, but that was only because I've brought the other kind of fixture up from table 2. But I did say to him, I said, you have earned this championship. Like, watching him come down, especially on day 2, from behind on all 3 games to win, especially when I thought, now he's dead and gone. Yeah, he's a well-deserved champion. And he was the odds-on favourite, of course.
Yeah, just to add to that as well, Brad, I think what's so impressive about Lucas's performance is that so I had I had the honor of collecting everyone's votes for best sport, and
Yeah.
Lucas almost won best sport. He
Yeah.
was tied. He was tied with somebody else, I think. Maybe
James.
one vote in it, but yeah, he like to win an event and still nearly win the best sporting vote, or to kind of be giving everyone also a really like positive and fun experience of playing the game. I think is just testament to him and his character. He absolutely earned it,
Absolutely.
like you say.
Yeah, it's hard to be first and be best sporting as well, isn't it? When you're absolutely kind of say, in some instances you can smash people. It's hard to be like overly nice, isn't it? Because it just comes across, not from the person, but it could be like, yeah, I'm losing the game here, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
So
game's a social
go on. Sorry.
construct, isn't it? No, go on. Just agreeing with you that the game is a social. There's a contract, right, between you and your opponent, an unwritten contract that you kind of enter into when you play a game of Song to be like friendly and accommodating and forthcoming with information and all the
Yeah.
other things that make a person a good sport. And yeah, Lucas was doing that and winning, which I think is awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, the Sherwood Brotherhood did come down and, like, essentially, if you want to call it, have a clean sweep, because obviously it was
Slapped
David
us
Morris,
around.
wasn't it? Came second.
Yeah, that's right. The boys from Sherford came and slapped us around.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
need to get ourselves together. And
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Nottingham tournament, and I'm making a beeline. I tell you. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, those guys have always come down the south for any tournament we've held, and they've. To be honest with you, I hold them in great esteem. That they're a bunch of lovely blokes. I think there was about 4 of them this time, which has obviously been more, sometimes less. But yeah, I've never, they're just great people. To be honest with you, like the most of the community is, if I'm totally honest.
had a lovely time sitting with them in the Weatherspoons and slowly getting drunk on the Saturday. And that's that is a meta that's grown mostly out of one of their homes. Like they all just kind of go to each other's houses and play games. And yeah, it's awesome to see like how good they are at the game off the back of just the kind of I don't know how many in total. How many people call
I don't
themselves
know. I
part
think
of
it's
the
about
Chura Brotherhood?
5.
5 or 6 maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
on the off chance anyone is listening from Nottingham, like the community could definitely grow there. Like, these guys would show you the ropes. Do you know what I mean? And they do it in a great way. You'd learn the game in the best way possible.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, that kind of sums up the SGT. So if we kind of go into the faction side of things, what we're going to do is basically break it between the three of us. We're going to be talking about updates that we've seen, obviously, in those factions. There are some factions that I don't think some of us have really played, but obviously we'll look into it as much as we can. And obviously, others, we can interject. And obviously, if you've got any questions on the stream, by all means, type away. So first up, what I was going to go with is yourself, Joe, and the Baratheons. The first one is the Stag Knights.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine most of us had a chance to digest the Stag Knights as one of the spoiled ones. 7 on all ranks is the key thing. They've lost resilience, but you do now get to pick which of the effects. You might recall they used to come in every round. You get a different one. You get crit blow round 2, vicious round 3, sundering round 4, +1 attack round 5. The difference now is they still get better from round 4 onward. They get +1 defense, +1 morale test. I think overall this is probably a sideways move. They are much squishier in the first 3 rounds, and then they're equivalent to other 7-point units round 4, 5, 6. So I think we'll probably see these guys as much as we saw them previously.
Mm.
People are always going to still opt for Kingsmen, I think, and potentially even Rainbow Guard. If you like Rainbow Guard before, you probably still like Rainbow Guard now. So yeah, it's good. It's always good to have choices. You're not being, you allowing to pick what you're doing, what you need for your attack. You get some synergies with some of the Baratheon deck as well. But they are definitely squishier rounds 1, 2, and 3, and they will suffer in the shooting phase.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're okay with that, well, I'll move on to the next one. So next one is Thorn Watch. So what I've done really is just the ones that were released by the content creators. I've put them on singularly, but the other updates are going to be more kind of clustered together. But this is Thorn Watch.
Yeah, another one that's been spoiled. So again, I imagine people have seen it, perhaps chatted about it. Complete rework of this unit. Frankly, it's gone from a sort of interesting, charge in, bounce out, heal a bit, quite difficult to make work unit. Frankly, I never made it work. To really quite a long range, standard long range unit with a great attack profile. Overwatch. So when you charge them, they're going to shoot you. And the skirmisher rule means that you don't get charge bonuses anyway, even when you do charge them. So very strong. You can stick them on a flank in a way you can't stick most ranged units on a flank very easily, and they can hold the flank. And if you do get in close combat with them, they're hitting you back on a 4-up. They've sort of retained some of that melee capability that they had before. So sort of from a flavor perspective, it's a bit of a loss. I think the previous Thornwatch were more interesting, but these guys are clearly filling a role within Renly that didn't exist outside of neutrals, and they're filling it very well. And I think we're going to see a lot of them, probably with pikeman captains every time for the boldness and courage and +1 morale. So yeah, a win for the Thorn Watch, I would say overall, and I think you're going to see these on the table substantially more than you saw them in previous seasons.
Okay.
Just a question for you, Joe. So the Overwatch order lets them shoot anyone who ends a march or maneuver in line of sight and long range. So what I'm curious about is really the rule skirmisher. Like, do you actually see these guys playing that kind of skirmisher role? Like, are they going to be running down a flank? They've obviously lost, like you said, their like hit and run that they used to do. I sort of looking at that card, isn't this a unit that just kind of like any other long range unit kind of sits near the back, shoots stuff with Overwatch, and just doesn't really use that skirmisher rule? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they can perform that role very well. That's not a problem with sitting them in the middle, doing 7 shots on a 3-up with precision and sundering. I mean, they don't get the re-rolls at close range. But I mean, for me, that's really, I think this is a flank unit. You're not flanking with them, you're protecting your flank with them, because they don't need to be covered by other units like a lot of range units do. Because if you imagine a typical 5-speed cavalry unit, it's not really going to want to charge you from 12 inches away. I mean, they might, but they're not, they'd rather get that a little bit closer, so it's a guaranteed charge. But to do that, they take an Overwatch hit. So you're pressurizing 5-up cavalry units to do 2-up charges, which they normally don't have to do. And as I say, if they get into your flank, if you expose your flank to the cavalry, it's no different than if they'd attacked you in the front. So for me personally, if I'm running multiple range units or even just one range unit, I think you can stick these. If you imagine you're setting up for a 3 objective scenario, you'd normally have perhaps you're ranged in the middle and then a melee unit either side of it. I think you can quite comfortably swing your whole melee around one side and just have these holding that flank on the other side. I think they're strong, and you can't get behind them because when they activate, they can turn around to face you. I think they're quite a strong anti-cavalry unit now.
Yeah, agreed. Anti-outflank too, right?
Yeah, very much so. The next slides, as I say, I've bunched these ones together. This has got the Wardens and the Sentinels on.
So both these had just a minor improvement. The Wardens now always give out the weaken token, not just on a defensive dice roll of 1. And they also have the Master Warden built in, so they get hold the line. I don't think this changes how you're going to use them at all. They're just slightly better at what they did. I think the stick a Warden on the far objective type play you see from Baratheons often, particularly in 8 activation lists, you're going to keep seeing. And these guys are just going to be slightly harder to sort of get off that point now. Sentinels, their attack profile has changed slightly. It's marginally better on 2nd and 3rd rank, 765 rather than 764. They've been given go down fighting, so slightly more damage. I think you're probably still not going to see these guys very often. They have the problem of they don't on a 4-up, they don't do enough damage to really be that scary on the attack, and on a 4-6, they're not defensive enough. They're sort of the curse of the all-rounder. So you're probably still not going to see these guys very often.
Right.
That change to Warhammer is interesting. There's a few rules throughout this patch that previously triggered on your opponent rolling a 1 that have changed to just always triggering now. And I've got to say I really like that change overall, because the various versions of that on different units they're such a forgettable rule, and I like anything that just pushes. I mean, the game is always a huge test of your memory, right? Like that's a huge part of the skill of playing Song. Can you remember what all your stuff does? Can you remember your triggers? And then can you remember your opponent's triggers and what their stuff does? I think anything that just reduces that load a little bit and lets the decision making, or just puts the decision making a bit more in the driving seat, I really like. So I like those changes across the board, I gotta say.
Okay. Moving on next is the Champions of the Stag and the Riders of Highgarden. Thought I'd group the cavalry together.
Yeah, Champion of the Stag's an interesting one. It's been on the bench for quite a long time. And this might be enough to see them come off the bench. So I guess their key characteristics of a 4-up movement, 2+ defense still exists. They've had an improvement to their morale, which is really, really helpful. Yes, you can block lots of hits, but if one hit gets through and then you fail your panic test, you are going to die. So I think it's right that they're a 5-up morale to 8 points. although I'm sure the Knights of Castle Rock are starting to feel a little bit left out of that. And then they can give a bit more damage. So they've gone up 1 on their second rank, and if they start engaged, they get +2 attacks. So they're just a bit more deadly, a bit more defensive, and they have an interesting new rule, Punish Cowardice. So if you try and retreat from them, you're going to take a vulnerable and a weakened token. Overall, I like the Champions of the Stag changes. I still think you're not going to see it in Renly because Renly have no cav attachments, but you're certainly likely to see it in Stannis' side, I think, because you can put Sentinel in them, which means you can Sentinel in, and then when you activate, you get the +2, you get the vulnerable and the +2 attack dice. So I think that's quite nice.
Yeah.
We'll have to see on the Champions of the Stag whether they come back into the game.
Nice
Rise of
to see.
Highgarden. Sorry, Tom.
I should say, nice to see a bit more of a ability for them to grind. That's a nice change.
Yeah.
With the +2 dice, the vulnerable, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and previously they could stay in a fight for ages, but they wouldn't necessarily kill the thing they're fighting. And when they're an 8, an 8-cost unit, just grinding away with a 6-cost unit, it's not enough. They need to actually kill them over time. So they've probably got enough now to make that happen. But
yeah,
we'll
nice
see.
Comment here from Nick. He's in the chat as well. He's giving them a go and just reiterating that the +2 dice and the vulnerable cleared 12 wounds apparently on some Castellar or Honor Guard. So quite significant. I think 2 more dice and a vulnerable that should help them grind, and at least has done for Nick and maybe his first game using them.
But I imagine
8 dice for crit blow, you're going to get a couple of extras, aren't you?
You think so? Yeah.
I imagine also having a cavalry option that is actually quite effective in any either side of Stannis or Renly might be worth having.
Yeah, definitely.
Rise of Highgarden have had sort of an amazing glow up, although they still can't get a cavalry attachment in there. So I think it's still not convinced you're going to see this unit much because people are going to feel so bad about leaving all their attachment points at home. But having said that, if you're ever going to take a unit without an attachment and leave an attachment point at home, it's probably Rise of Highgarden. So they've gone up to a 3-up on the attack. So where before they only got that on the charge, they've now got it the whole time. And then the massive thing is swift retreat. So they can charge in, and then if they get attacked back, which they probably will, because you can have a good chance of killing them. They get to retreat out for free and then do their lance charge again. So an amazing lance unit, I would say, for 6 points. Just whether or not you're going to see a lot of it because of how bad it feels about not being able to bring an attachment, we'll have to see.
I'm glad you bring that up. That's such an important context for Baratheon, isn't it? It's such an important bit of context to understand these changes as well. I have to say, I was really hoping in Season 7 that this, what feels a slightly half-baked addition of the free attachment points, was kind of. I'm still a tiny bit hopeful that there will be some just small tweak to that, so that all the factions can make use of the free points. Maybe it goes down to 3, or I don't know, give these guys a cav attachment, or perhaps in the next update, whenever that is, I guess it's due summer, or who knows, maybe a Season 7 rulebook will get dropped. We still see the Season 6 one there at the moment. It'd be nice to see them on the table because they seem amazing. I mean, swift retreat on a landscape unit, that's awesome.
Yeah, if they dropped attachment points to 2, I think it would make list building more interesting, not less.
Okay, in what way?
Well, you can bring things that you don't have attachments for. So you're going to see things like the Rise of Highgarden a lot more. All these 4+ units that can't take attachments in them. We haven't seen at all in Season 6. When's the last time we saw, a Harakar or a Chariot or anything like that, or a Mammoth? People simply don't take them because it wastes attachment points. So there's a whole swathe of units that basically effectively got deleted from the game because we have 4 free attachment points. Drop that down to 2, and you can spend those attachment points and bring those units again. So it would be really nice to see that.
Fair enough. Moving on to the next bit, we've got both the Rolors, so the Lightbringers and the Faithful.
Oh, R'hllor Lightbringers. That's the elephant in the room, isn't it?
And there's
R'hllor
literally an
Lightbringers.
elephant in the room.
R'hllor
They're more the
Lightbringers
elephant
were-
in the room than the elephant is somehow.
Yeah, I mean they were a great. They're a great range unit in season 5 and season 6. You know, I think before Skyreach Bowman came out, they're probably, you know, they were fighting with the Lannister crossbows to be the best range unit in the game, or certainly the best 6-point range unit in the game. And then in season 6, we got Baratheon Conviction, giving them rerolls on equal ranks. They got better. Season 7, they've now been given an additional dice on the second rank, and they've lost the bouncing panic test, but now they get +1 wound for each R'hllor unit in long range of their target. And also, after completing their attack, one friendly R'hllor unit in long range restores 2 wounds. So more minor thing about when they destroy something, all enemies become vulnerable. So effectively, the most popular Baratheon list is Stannis One True King, which contains a load of R'hllor stuff anyway.
Yeah.
So you've taken arguably the best Baratheon list with one of the best Baratheon units, and you've just absolutely turbocharged it. You know, you've got Rally Cry on a ranged attack, which in and of itself is bananas. And then on top of that, you've got the capacity to do, you know, if they fail their panic test from this and they roll a 3 on the D3, it is not unreasonable that there's 4 R'hllor units in long range, one of which is the archer that just shot them. So it's always going to be +1 wound. And it's quite likely to be +4, +3, +4. Could be +5. You know, you can easily run 5 R'hllor units. You know, 2 bowmen, a warden with Stannis One True King, a warden or a sentinel with Axel, and then some faithful. If they're engaged with Axel, who is intimidating presence when you shoot them, you could potentially be getting a +6 wounds. You know, you might get a failed panic test with 9 wounds. You know, I know I'm risking theory crafting here, but I think the feedback we were already getting from people who are playing into double R'hllor Lightbringers is that it's not fun and it's not good.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you've got 2 R'hllor Lightbringers sitting on your shelf somewhere, enjoy it while you can, because I can't believe this is going to last for much beyond the mid-season patch. What the fix is, whether it's just short range, it could be short range for the healing and the +1 wound, which I think would solve the problem. But it does kind of lock the Lightbringers then into Stannis One True King lists. So maybe it's just capping the panic test, and then they're still strong, but a capped panic test at maybe, you know, I don't know, +2 wounds or something.
Yeah,
might be the way to go. But anyway, for the moment though, all those Baratheon players, you know, fill your boots.
no, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree with you more.
And then we've got Faithful. So Faithful have changed a bit. I guess the key change for Faithful is that they now hit on a 3, not a 4. You could get hit on a 4 previously by spending a token, but now you're hitting on a 3. The tokens themselves are generated the same way by passing a morale test. Tokens are now capped at 3, which they were previously uncapped. I think in effect that's not made much difference. They also gain a faith token when an enemy in long range is destroyed, not just morale tests. Again, not a big buff, but little buff. It all helps. And then the effects of the faith token are fairly similar. They no longer get the +1 to hit because they've got that baked in for free now. But you know, panicked and vulnerable tokens, rerolls, and healing. So slightly different effects, but overall a buff to this unit, which I think is probably warranted. I've certainly not seen them since season 5. I don't think, and I don't think I've seen them at all in season 6. So we might start seeing them again, and I think we're definitely going to see them again with the Lightbringers being so good and proving off for law.
No, fair enough. Tom, have you got anything to kind of add to those areas, or?
Yeah, the Lightbringers seem insane. That's all I have to
Yeah,
add.
yeah, they've certainly had an amazing glow up. When you look at the old card to the new.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing to add would be, so at the SGT at the weekend with the old Lightbringers, Lucas won that event, won all 6 games, and played double Lightbringers 5 times. Like,
Mhm.
they were already good. They did not need to get better. So, bit baffling, this change, to be honest. And I agree with Joe. I'd be surprised if it sticks around for that long.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, they did say for what was it, either season 8 or the summer update, whatever you want to call it, in 3 months' time, that if there were drastic changes to be made, that they were going to make them anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they did commit to a third patch if needs be. Third patch in a year. I don't know. We'll see. I sort of hope they'll do some clarifications at the end of maybe next week.
Yeah.
There's a few typos and things still kicking around, so it'd be nice to see this just clarified. As I say, either make it short range or cap the panic tests.
Yeah, just
They're still a
pretend
great
like
unit.
one of the things on their card was added by mistake.
Yeah.
Well, like they don't get a save or something, maybe. Or actually,
Well,
maybe worse than that.
Well, there's a
I
few
think it's
instances of units where there's like a whole extra bullet point that shouldn't be there, right? So
Mm.
I guess it's theoretically possible that these guys also have that. Unlikely because they all talk about law units and stuff. But...
Yeah, I mean, it did seem kind of strange to me that like they spoke about trying to make the game more melee heavy, and then do this adjustment to a ranged unit.
Well, and the Thornwatch. I mean,
Yeah,
Baratheon are now a ranged faction. Like that's how they're. Well, interesting for your thoughts on this, Joe. Sorry to keep interrupting you, but um, I am wondering about, is there a cost to playing all these range units in Baratheon in terms of how little they presumably interact with the tactics deck?
yeah. I mean, well, the tactics deck has a collection of cards that are melee focused around. There's Eyes of the Fury, which adds a load of bonuses to a melee attack. There's Final Strike, which is when someone attacks you, but there's plenty of times that your ranged units will get attacked, and Final Striking back's good. And then there's Sustained Assault, which is obviously a melee focused card. But the other stuff, there's stuff that triggers off an attack. It doesn't have to be melee. So yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's only perhaps arguably ours is the Fury that would really be wasted. It's only a really good card that would be wasted if you didn't do any melee attacks, and you're still going to do some melee attacks.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
okay. Moving
Yeah, I
on.
guess double Kingsman isn't such a bad list, right? Something else can use the cards. I got you.
Next up, we've got the Halberdiers and the Rainbow Guard.
So Halberdiers, the big change here is it's gone to 3-up attack, but it's a 4-up movement now. So when these came out, I think everyone was quite surprised that they were 5 movement. Baratheon seems to be the one faction which still suffers from 4 movement units. All the other factions, 4 movement units, I think, basically 10 to 5 now. So it's really just Baratheon units that are still 4-up movement. So I guess there's some disappointment. They've gone back down to 4 movement. On the flip side, going from 3+ attack to 7+ attack with 3+ attack to 4+ attack with Sundering is quite nice, improving to 3+ attack.
Mm.
They've been given, in exchange for the loss of the movement, they've been given Advance the Line, which is a 2-inch directly shifting forward at the start of the round. So arguably, if you were marching round 1 10 inches, you're still moving 10 inches round 1 or round 2, what have you. It doesn't even have to be the Halberdiers. They could give it up to a different unit, but it's start of the round, not start of the turn. So it's difficult to do any big plays off it unless you're planning to do something, I don't know, move your archers 2 inches forward, then take the swords or something. And in exchange for that, you've lost, under charges, or your charges have got 16% more likely to fail now. So you're charging on a 4, not a 5. It's a bit of a. I think it could be good, could be bad. I'll have to see how this one plays out.
I mean, could this be
You pop.
like used? Sorry to interrupt you there, Joe. I was just thinking, with Advance the Line, would that be quite helpful in something like having the Thorn Watch nearby for the Overwatch?
Yeah, arguably. I mean, there will be times where you want to shift a unit 2 inches forward at the start of the round. In some ways, it's effectively, isn't it? I mean, start of the round and start of turn one. It's basically the same thing. If you want something to happen on the start of turn one and it requires a 2 inch shift,
Hmm.
brilliant. You've got the exact unit for it. The downsides is clearly you can't ever. You're never going to be able to take. You're never going to be able to use it if you brought 2 Halberdiers because it's the same trigger.
Yeah.
It also conflicts with some cards, certainly at least Stannis Rightful Heir card, the one that does extra wounds per condition token, that attaches at the start of the round. I'd have to go through the whole deck to see if there's any start around. So it's just a bit clunky. I think I'd need to play with this one a bit more to really get a sense for it. But
Hmm.
yeah, when the rest of the game is moving away from 4-inch movement, it is a little sad to be moving back towards 4-inch movement in Baratheon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Rainbow Guard, we saw the Lannister Kingsguard, and we'll get quite excited about the 16 wounds. They've got the same here in Rainbow Guard. Rainbow Guard, I think, were a better unit before, so they've not got as buffed as the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard got Counter-Strike Disrupt, I think,
Yes.
or at least they got given Disrupt as on top of the existing Counter-Strike. The Rainbow Guard haven't got any new abilities. They've just kept Rally Cry. They've had the same change as the Baratheon banners. So it was already a decent unit. It's a great unit for 6-up. Their commander, I would say, is Friendly 3 commander is better than Joffrey commander, I would say, broadly speaking. It has one good card, one okay card, and one bad card. I think you'll quite like to see some Rainbow Guard lists more than you used to. I think you probably saw Renly 3 and Rainbow Guard more than perhaps any other Renly commander anyway. So yeah, great. Rainbow Guard are great units, a lot of fun. Look forward to seeing more of them in season 7.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe we'll see a few more kind of Baratheon versus Lannister Kingsguard offs, so to speak.
Yeah, that'd be good fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I know Colin's painting his Rainbow Guard, or getting ready to paint them at the moment, and I'm excited to see that because they're such a cool looking unit. It'd be great to see them on the table more. They're such a nice opportunity for those of us who are into the hobby side of the hobby to yeah, just get stuck into like a cool and unique project really.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I take it you've got, is it Heroes 2 for Lannisters for Joffrey?
I have the whole faction, so yes.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Moving on, we're getting into the NCU side of things now. So we're going to be looking at Crescent and Eldon Estamont.
So I'll try and whistle through these a little bit. But Cresson, exactly the same, but cheaper. Brilliant. Eldon has been given a once a game, which is that you basically find something from your tactics deck. So, big improvement. Otherwise, I believe he's the same. So Cresson, going to see a lot of him. He was good at 5. He's great at 4. Eldon, he was useful at 4 for decks that needed specific cards. The one I always used to use him in was Loris for card which people take hits when they attack their units. I can't remember what it's called now, but
I think regrowth, maybe. I know the one you mean.
Something like that. Something about thorns probably, or roses. But even with Eldon, you weren't guaranteed it. So having that, I built a list around a specific card, and now I'm guaranteed to have it, is useful. And even outside of those decks, pulling out a Final Strike or Hours of the Fury when you need it, it's really useful. So
Yeah.
I think you might see more Eldon as well.
Okay. Any more kind of input from your side, Tom, on these two, or
No, not really. I think Joe summarised that really well.
no
Pretty
worries?
simple, like you say.
Yeah.
Crescent got cheaper. We'll see plenty of them.
Okay. The next two coming up is Davos Seaworth and Marjorie Tyrell.
So Davos is a nice easy one. He's been given 1 extra order token. Okay,
Yeah.
can use his ability 4 times rather than 3. Sounds good to me. If you liked him before, you're going to like him even more now. Marjorie Tyrell has had a rework, which you might have seen Marjorie Tyrell previously as basically an enabler of the Rose Knights. So she would heal a wound and give a unit engaged with them vulnerable. So Rose Knights, they do damage when they heal, so that was great, and also they don't have any keywords, so vulnerable tokens are really useful. Outside of using them in Rose Knights, you never really saw Marjorie Tyrell. Now, arguably, she is less bothered about it being Rose Knights because she can do any friendly unit, and anytime they restore wounds, they can target an enemy engaged with them, and that enemy suffers up to 3 hits, depending on how he ranks. Realistically, it's still quite Rose Knighty because Rose Knights are the ones that heal when they attack, or the pikemen heal when they attack. So it's still very much Tyrell units focused, which I think is great from a lore perspective. But the requirement to be engaged, it's just such a big requirement. She doesn't do anything unless a unit is engaged in melee and they're healing. And then if you manage to achieve all those things, she will do a maximum of 3 hits. I mean, if you see Marjorie Tyrell at any point in season 7, take a photo.
I mean, it's quite interesting in the fact that they said about Targaryens, obviously, which we'll get to in a bit, but they didn't want people jumping through hoops. Yet, from what you've just described, it sounds like you've got to jump through hoops to get this.
Well, you got to jump through hoops, and then if you do jump through those hoops, you get to do a maximum of 3 hits to your opponent.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, it's odd, right? I mean, she healed more wounds before. That's the strange bit.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Moving on to the last Baratheon slide, we've got Melisandre and Shira Errol.
Oh my God, Melisandre! I think Tom, you were talking earlier about mental load and remembering things. I hope to never see this card, and I will certainly never play it. So before it was all about doing panic tests, taking wounds to do panic tests. Now you can get certain effects. There's a range of effects you can get, and you can take additional wounds to get those effects. So you have to influence the unit, and then at that point they take the wounds. And then you get a choice of things: +2 to morale tests. They can get vicious, put out a vulnerable token, or someone can become panicked. So relatively minor effects, I would say. None of those are particularly exciting. So I think the effects aren't very exciting, and then it's 5 points. So 5 points for, and if you ignore the downsides, it's 5 points for +2 morale, vicious, vulnerable token, or enemies in short range become panicked, which is not very good. And then if you spend wounds, you can do some additional things. So maybe it's a bit better. The reason I never want to see this is because if I influence someone with Melisandre top of the round, I have to remember in 7 activations time which of those I picked and how many I picked. And I just feel like, I know some people are very good at this, remembering what they did and things, but I can see so many conversations I have with my opponent where they say, "Oh, I thought you picked the vicious actually." It's like, no, I think I picked the vulnerable token, or was it the panicked? I just, absolute nightmare of a card. I just think it's terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. Agreed. The saving grace of that card is it's 5 points and not that good, so hopefully we just won't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This patch
And then
really it has it all. It has it all, highs and lows.
Hot takes and cold takes.
Really.
Sorry, moving on to Shira.
Yeah, Shira. So she's had a rework as well. I quite liked the old Shira. The main thing you used her for was token removal, actually, just token stuff. And when I was seeing some of the reveals, some of the spoilers, I was thinking it feels like there's more tokens going on. And I thought, oh, Shira might be Shira's time to shine. It's not Shira's time to shine, unfortunately, because she's been reworked and she no longer does any token removal. She now has an engaged effect, same as Marjorie. So it's a once per round effect, and she has to have already claimed a zone. If those 2 criteria have been achieved, then if one of your units is engaged and Shira has already claimed a zone, when that unit is targeted by an NCU ability, zone effect, or tactics card, you can target someone they're engaged with and make them vulnerable, and 1 hit per rank. So just a reminder, Shara must be on the board. Your unit must be engaged, and you can only do it once per round. And if you can achieve those things, then and your unit is also targeted, then someone they're engaged with becomes vulnerable and takes up to 3 hits.
Remember,
So,
guys, Thorn Martell was too complicated. This is what we needed.
Yeah.
2 of the most confusing NCU cards I've ever read.
Yeah.
So for me, these 2 and Marjorie are just absolute duds.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone in good conscience bring these to a game.
Yeah. Love the change to that High Garden, Riders of High Garden though. Very cool. Some good stuff in there. And the Stag Knights, actually. That's a cool change.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so moving on, it'll be to yourself, Tom. We'll be going over the faction you currently play, which will be Lannisters. So it's starting off with the Kingsguard.
Yeah, sure thing. So Joe's covered a few of these changes already with the Rainbow Guards. I think the Kingsguard just got even more of a glow up. They did gain Disrupt. They already had Counter Strike. Massive changes. They're now 16 wounds, so it's 8 models, 2 wounds each.
Mm-hmm.
They can regain a Baratheon banner when you claim Crown, if they don't already have 4. And they only suffer 2 wounds from a panic test maximum. I've played a game against them today. Important bit of context for Kingsguard, they have to be taken with Joffrey, and I think as much as it's hard to say anything objectively true in this game, I think saying that Joffrey without Kingsguard would be the worst commander in Lannister is not a very controversial statement. So there is this sort of extra cost that they must be played with Joffrey. And there's another part of that cost, which is that if you bring the Kingsguard, you've just lost access to about half of your available attachments in Lannister, because the Kingsguard models individually are also attachments. That said, this unit is so good that I think we will see plenty of people running Joffrey in Kingsguard, because, yeah, for 6 points, this is a bonkers unit. It doesn't die easily. They did lose resilience from season 6, but they've gained some additional wounds. Well, they've now got twice as many wounds. You can debate until the cows come home whether you'd rather have resilience or 16 wounds. There are some situations where it's better to just have more wounds. You could argue if you get attacked a lot, maybe resilience is better. Like if you take multiple small attacks. But I think regardless, they're, let's say, about as durable as they've ever been. And then they only take 2 wounds from phoning panic tests. So harder to kill, harder to hit because of Disrupt. That is just a great unit.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, not much
I
more to say.
I would say on that, Tom, is I don't think anyone in good conscience could argue that resilience is better than having 16 wounds. I mean, in a meta where Tully Cavaliers are rampant, you basically you couldn't bring the old version ever against Tully Cavaliers because they can hit you with Winter's Coming and wipe you in 1. Resilience won't help you. So I sort of get the arguments about rounding, that maybe resilience has its value, but it's not even close. It's a massive blow up.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Yeah. They're great. Yeah, have fun playing them. I guess a small info on Joffrey, like his cards are not brilliant. His attachment has 1 interesting rule. So yeah, I think that will be the key. The key to beating them, really, I think, will be understanding Joffrey and his cards. The game I played today, they ran into my Force of Starks so unbelievably aggressively. Like you're talking a full sort of 12 inches further forward than the rest of the Lannister force was. But my opponent had twice Joffrey's card that blocks 2 hits, which really made them a chore to kill. And they did eventually go down, but goodness me, did it take some work. They were surrounded by 4 units by the end before they went down. So yeah,
Blimey.
very tanky unit.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. The other card that was leaked was the City Watch.
Yeah, probably the most intriguing change, I would say. This unit's like got just a sort of funny mix of abilities now. So they have precision now. They still hit on a 4-up. they have a way to re-roll, which is it's like anti-synergy with their other ability. So this is something you need to keep in mind, like activating them early to attack someone who hasn't activated will give them re-rolls. But keeping them unactivated and then having enemies activate within long range of the Lannister Port City Watch will make those enemy units vulnerable. So they come with this baked-in decision about, do I want to activate these guys early or late in the round? Which of their two abilities is more important to me right now?
Mm-hmm.
And they also have Sentinel. Important context for Sentinel, Lannisters have a 1-point attachment who brings Sentinel, so lots of Lannister units have easy access to Sentinel, but these guys have it baked in. I think this unit is, so in the game that we played today, they didn't do a great deal, but I think that was just the nature of the Game of Thrones scenario that they spent a lot of time just sat on an objective. One thing I do think is quite intriguing, this Watchful Eye ability is a difficult one for your opponent to keep in mind, I think, in terms of all the many things you need to remember during a game of Song. Sentinel is also an ability that can really catch you out. If you forget a unit has Sentinel, or you attack someone and trigger Sentinel like unexpectedly. I think that's how I'm seeing this unit, is that it's got actually kind of a high skill ceiling. You can put these guys in a list where you know their abilities really well, you've practiced with them a lot, you know it all by heart, and I think there'll be some opponents you play where you catch them out because they have not remembered these 3 abilities that are, yeah, just kind of easy to forget, or let's say impactful if forgotten.
Do you think it'll make its way into some of your lists?
Good question. It's funny, I'd actually just ordered them before the update because I quite like their old rules. So yeah, I'll certainly try them. I mean, I will try everything. So yeah, I'll give them a go and see how they go on.
Okay, no worries. Anything else from yourself, Joe?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Moving on, we're going into the Lannister Guardsmen and also the Mountains Men.
So the Lannister Guardsmen, I have to correct Joe a little bit and say Lannister Guardsmen are also Speed 4 still. They're one of the few units. Baratheon have a couple that Speed 4. Lannister Guardsmen also Speed 4. The change here is that basically their attack got a little bit better, which is interesting on a unit that have always had a really lackluster attack, but really defensive and tanky. I think for 5 points, they're now a much more intriguing unit, actually. I think this change is fairly impactful. I think they were sort of just below the curve before at 5. You weren't quite bringing them. You were often taking Halberdiers in their place if you wanted a 5-point unit. But that ability to gain +1 to hit and to panic your opponent's quite big on a unit that have Lannister supremacy. So yeah, I think they remain an interesting sort of bunker to put your commander or an important attachment into. If that attachment improves their morale even better, because then they are seriously tanky with a 3-up in it. If you can get that morale better, then yeah, good unit to sit on a point and protect an important attachment.
Very true.
The Mountains Men, I was like personally very excited by this club because I spent ages painting a unit of Mountains Men and then never ever played them because they were just a bit lackluster. Going from a 4+ to hit to a 3+ to hit is one of the changes, and quite a big change. An extra dice on 2 ranks is also nice to have. And built-in crit blow is good. So they kind of just gained what was a conditional. They used to sometimes get +1 to hit in crit blow. They now just have +1 to hit, or they are now 3 to hit with crit blow always. And I think that's nice. I think for 6 points, it's fine. This is a good change. It's a bit more compelling to put them in a list. I think they'll see a bit more play. They're a unit that almost every Lannister player has because they're in the starter set. Yeah, happy days. I think this is just like a solid change to a unit that wasn't getting played all that often.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on to the next bit. Unless Joe, have you got any other input at all?
No, just I feel like we can see Lannister Guardsmen a lot more. You know, hitting on 3s, 7 dice hitting on 3s with the free attachments. I don't know Lannister well enough, but I feel like there's you can get, surely you can be able to sundering or something in there to actually make these guys quite dangerous. They are slow, of course, but they do eventually get to something. They are quite dangerous now.
Yeah, I think a really nice choice for them is Jaime Lannister, because he'll bring them +2 morale, and he would give them as an order vulnerable and rerolls. What's that called? Martial training. That's it. Another one might be Barristan Selmy for +2 morale and healing off the crown zone, I want to say, or healing when you pass morale. He has a way of healing them fairly reliably, which I think is also really solid for like such a durable unit. I'm just
Yeah.
looking it up now.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
sorry. He has every time they pass morale, they restore a wound, and it's 2 wounds if you have crown. That's his healing ability. Duty to the crown is the name.
duty to the crown. Yeah, I mean, I think the guardsmen are, with what was stated on the podcast of they wanted a lot of the starter set units to be used more because obviously, like, going to Greyjoy obviously being the biggest example, like you buy the starter box really for the tactics cards, right? You didn't really use anything from the box, and I think this is a really nice, not excuse. This is a really nice way of saying, here's a unit that is actually quite feasible in an army list.
Yeah, I think they're good. I think they will see play definitely at 5 points. They're a nice bunker. I can say from the game I played today, Umber Great Axes are certainly their Achilles heel. That did
Right.
not go well for them. But I mean, if you ignore their armor, then of course, and Vicious into a 7-up morale unit's also pretty nice. That was a very
Yeah.
favourable matchup. But of course, that was an 8-point unit, effectively, with its attachments,
Yeah.
wasting its time.
Exactly. The trade off there is still quite nice for a Lannister, isn't it?
Maybe that's what the Lannister player wanted me to do.
Yeah. Right, moving on to the other cards that were released. We're moving on to the Castle Rock Honor Guard and the Gold Cloaks.
Okay. Easy changes, these two. Gold Cloaks were not very good, and they're still not very good. They've gone down to 5 points. Oppressive Peacekeeping now has an extra bit of text, which is nice, but I don't think these changes make Gold Cloaks an interesting choice. This unit is such a bizarre unit to me. Like, what exactly is this unit trying to do? It has a pretty rubbish attack with no keywords. Okay, maybe you'll be vulnerable when it attacks you. It's got a really bizarre order, very situational, involves putting the gold cloaks in harm's way to trigger it. And then oppressive peacekeeping. Yeah, I mean, short range -1 morale is nice into Lannisters. Don't get me wrong. Are you going to bring this unit for that? I can't see it. I just don't see these guys getting played, to be completely honest. Sensible change going down to 5, but I think that unit needs to be reworked into a unit that has a clearer role in order to enter someone's list. I just can't see why you put that unit in any list, to be honest.
Yeah.
And the Castle Rock Honor Guard, also a nice, simple one. It's a minor nerf, I guess you could say. Well, no, it is a minor nerf, but a really minor one. And this is what was kind of promised, really, from this update, was that the units that were going to get this was going to be mostly about glowing up units that don't get picked, and the units that get picked too often are going to get a small, a small tweak to just rebalance them a little.
Yeah.
This is that. This is a tiny adjustment. So they used to turn off abilities when they were attacking you. That was one of the options they could do. They could gain vicious sundering rerolls or turn off your abilities, and they did 1+1 for each condition token on the defender. That turn off abilities has basically now been split into either preventing the defender being targeted by friendly cards, which is nice, I would say. Nice into like Greyjoy, for example. Or until the attack's been completed, the defender can't be targeted by friendly orders. So that's nice into like units that have shield wall or resilience or whatever. So I think you're still going to turn off the thing you wanted to turn off, to be honest. I don't think this is a very big nerf at all. I think when there's something critical that you need to switch off, you're going to be able to do that. It does mean that you can't turn off things like Iron Resolve was like a popular thing I used to sometimes pick so I could stop my opponent benefiting from Iron Resolve. So yeah, it's less effective, but they still do exactly what they used to do in season 6. They're still a great 7-point elite infantry unit with a dangerous attack and good defensive stats, speed 5. So yeah, if you like them before, you'll still like them now. They just got a tiny bit more balanced.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got the attachment. I can't remember the name of it. You might know it better yourself, but it's one of the Kingsmen that is it on attack can give out 2 condition tokens anyway.
Yeah, Meryn Tran, if you have bag, yeah, he puts 2 tokens. I think it's I would say panicked and weakened.
Yeah, so you can still benefit from most of that list, right?
Yeah, that still works if you've got Crown. This like Sandal's still a great attachment. Who Sandal would make your opponent vulnerable when you charge them and gives them fuel by slaughter. I think that's a lovely
Yeah,
combo of abilities for that unit.
yeah,
So yeah, I think they're going to same sort of attachments they're running before, same lists they'll be in. Still, we'll see Lannister players playing 2 units of them potentially. It's a good change. I think it's a healthy change for the game. I think just blanket turning off all the abilities on a unit is really powerful, and it's a bit of a feel bad for your opponent. I think a lot of times. This just tones them down slightly and stops them winning like every single grind that they get stuck into.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it's a good change. It's like a sensible small nerf that just brings them in line. I think. Good.
No,
I like it.
absolutely, absolutely. Anything from yourself, Joe?
Nope, nothing from me. Sounds good to me.
No worries. Moving on to the NCU side of things, we're looking at Cersei Lannister and Tyrion Lannister. I think this is going to be a bit of an interesting talking point with Cersei, isn't it?
Yeah, so this has got to be, if you're a Lannister player, for me anyway, this is the thing that's most exciting.
Mm.
Feels feels very good, right? So what Cersei used to do, she used to pull 2 cards out of your deck twice per game, more or less. You could pull them out your discard. There's a bit of nuance there, but basically card draw, right? She was drawing you Hear Me Roar or Subjugation of Power,
Yeah,
or both. What Cersei now does is completely different. This is a total rework. She influences an enemy unit. They cannot be targeted by orders or tactics card. Just full stop. So early in a round, stick that on whatever unit you're kind of dealing with that turn. Amazing. And it gets worse. If she is claiming crown or bags of the 2 zones Lannisters most want to claim, then any attachments in that unit lose all their abilities. So she is super like shutting down a unit with that influence. I think it's very strong. I think we'll see loads of Cersei in this season.
mm.
That's just got so much utility from like units like unit with quick fire, for example, the unit with shield wall, the unit with resilience, if it's just got an order that you don't want them to use. It's got nice utility into tactics cards that you're worried about. So could be nice on like a Stark unit that's about to charge you, for example. Yeah, and then as an additional bonus, you can turn off the attachment as well, which is great. I mean, Martell had been paying 5 points to turn off an attachment
Do you know what?
all of season
My next
6.
comment was going to be as a Martell player. This is like Ariana on jacked. She's on steroids or something.
It's very similar to Ariana, actually. As
Yeah,
Ariana obviously wasn't zone dependent, but it does basically the same thing, except it does both of what Ariana used to do.
yeah,
And she's 4 points, so
Well,
go.
it's worse. In some ways, it's worse than that because it effectively does what Barristan Selmy did, or does,
Yeah,
who
true.
does it at 5 points and can do it to 1 ability. Well, Barristan Selmy is 1 ability or tactics card. This is only orders, so I guess there are some abilities out there that aren't orders or tactics cards.
Yes,
So he
true.
does what Barristan Selmy and Ariana does
mm.
for 4 points, and the 2 of them do it, 5 each. The slight difference to Barristan is Barristan can also do it on friendly units, but
Yeah,
it's strong. Let's be honest, it's
mm.
incredibly strong.
Yeah. There won't be many
I
lists
think,
without Cersei, will there?
yeah, I'm sure there'll be some, but I think we'll see a lot of her definitely. Yeah. Yeah, she's great. Expect to see her definitely like learn what she does. I guess is the best thing I can say to anyone who's not playing Lannister. Like, if there's an NCU and Lannister that you want to wrap your head around, it's probably Cersei this season. That'll be my guess. Tyrion, on the other hand, had I think I call it a rework, an interesting rework. So he's lost his ability to find you counterplot, which means no more counterplotting 3 times in a game. That's going to make Lannister players sad because counterplotting 3 times in a game is awesome. But what he's gained is interesting, right? You can decide whether you think this is a nerf or not. I think it probably is a bit of a nerf. But what he can now do is once per game, at the start of any round, you can look at your opponent's hand of tactics cards. I think that is a cool ability in that it's very high skill ceiling. So you need to, you need to remember them. You need to then understand how they might get played and anticipate them. So it's going to be one of those abilities that the more you use it, the better you get, and the more you play the game, the more value you can get out of that. All the rest of his text boils down to he is slightly better at drawing cards. He still draws 1 additional card. So your Lannister player now still has a drawing 4 cards. They still have a maximum hand size increased by 1. But he now draws an additional card, and then the Lannister player can pick 1 and shuffle it back into their deck. So yeah, it's just slightly more reliable at getting the cards you need in your hand by drawing more of them and also being able to chuck 1 back. Interesting NCU, 5 points, still makes it just a little bit harder to squeeze him into a list, but I think it's yeah, worth trying out. I will certainly give him a go. I think we'll still see him probably about as often as we've seen him before, maybe slightly less. I think it's maybe a slight decrease in his power overall. But I do think looking at your opponent's hand is significant and maybe a bit underrated right now.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
I think he sounds incredible. He sounds absolutely incredible.
Go on then, Joe. What is it? What's the dream I'm living?
Well, exactly that. You draw basically a quarter of your deck every time you refill, and pick your favorite 4 cards out of them. And then you on a key turn, you know exactly what's in your opponent's hand. It's just
You
incredible.
think it's better than the guaranteed counterplot? Like I know
Yeah.
what's in my opponent's hand, but I can't necessarily do anything about those cards being played.
You do
Well, above
everything
the
about
other,
it,
I
right?
guess.
You do everything. So if you've got What is Dead May Never Die, if we've got Final Strike, if we've got I don't know, there's loads of stuff that you will change what you do based on the fact your opponent's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's interesting though, like the mental load of that will be interesting. So I think depending on the player, right? Like if you're, let's say, less experienced or newer to the game or whatever, if you're already struggling to remember, all the various things you need to remember in a game of Song, like adding to that, trying to remember all the cards that were in your opponent's hand when you looked at them and what they do, I think in the hands of a really good player, it's obviously really strong, don't get me wrong. But I wonder how much we'll see him because I think a lot of players are going to try him, find it underwhelming, and then leave him at home.
I think yeah, in some ways it's like Patchface in that. Patchface does something similar, except you name a card and discard it. But I think so many times in a game, and I don't know if you ever have this, but you think, right, I want to do something that's a bit risky here, which will go either really well unless they have this card. This will go really well unless they have this card. So now you can know for certain, I'm going to do a game-changing play here. It's going to go either really well or really badly, and it all depends on this one card. And knowing whether or not they have that card is massive.
Yeah, it can be. I just think that, I agree with that. It's the skill of the player to know that, right? Like to know that this round's going to go great for me unless they have this card, right? Or this activation is going to go brilliant. Yeah, you're right. I think it's high skill ceiling, and you're seeing it. You're seeing the value in it faster than most, I think.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, no, I totally agree with both what you're both saying, to be fair.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating one to try.
Yeah.
Might get better at Song by playing him,
I could still see Tyrion making its way into quite a few lists.
Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. And you'll get better at the game playing him. He's like Baelish, I think. The more you play Baelish, the more you realize, oh my god, I can do this, I can do this, I can block this zone, I can shoot twice off swords now. Like the more you play him, you learn I think Tyrion will be a bit like that. The more you play him, the more you realize you can do or the more valuable you realise it is to do what he does.
Yeah. Moving on to the final kind of NCUs in the update, we've got Pycelle and Tywin, which I'm keen to hear thoughts on.
Oh man, okay, yeah. Well, let's start with Tywin, seems as you're keen to hear those thoughts. Yeah, so this is the opposite of what was promised in this update. I think, by the way, I'm not being salty, right? Like Lannisters do well out of this season 7, no doubt. Like this is a nice change overall. We're expecting a nerf to Tywin. We were sort of expecting, like we said, glow ups for units that don't get picked, and then small nerfs for stuff that we see far too often. Someone missed the memo, and what Tywin received instead of a small nerf was making him. I don't think anyone will play this. This seems really bad. So he now, instead of his game-winning ability that he used to bring you for 6 points, which was amazing, and it was also a bad play experience for newer players. Like I completely agree that this needed to be adjusted. Turning off a unit's abilities for the round was just so bonkers. And he was setting up, one-shotting units with everything else. What he now does, you pick one enemy unit. When they activate, used to be start of any turn. It's now when the enemy unit activate, they become panicked, weakened, and vulnerable. They then suffer either 3 hits or a panic test. Now, can't see on what world that is worth 5 points, to be honest. I think this is a bit of a heavy-handed nerf to Tywin. If you could do that at the start of a turn, it would still potentially set up that it helps you finish a unit off, like putting 3 tokens on them, then they do some hits or a panic test, and then you charge them. Like it would still set up that thing he used to do, where he could kind of like enable that your charge now kills the unit rather than just destroying a couple of ranks. But the fact that it happens when they activate is I mean, maybe you'll finish them off, maybe, but I just can't see it. Can't see that. Can't see Tywin getting played much, to be honest.
Is this the moment for Lannisters of Tywin being on the toilet getting shot by a crossbow?
Yeah, maybe he's on the loo. Pycelle, on the other hand, has an interesting change. I think you can really debate. You could almost call this a nerf, just in so much as he used to have 3 order tokens that would weaken an enemy unit when he activated, which was quite cool because he didn't have to claim a zone. So you could like activate with him and pass and still put the token out. I think overall, though, this is probably a buff. The influence is a little random, so you influence an enemy unit and they count as having -1 rank. It's obviously situationally going to be cool. And then we still weaken that influence unit the way you used to be able to do the 3 order tokens. So yeah, it's just feels a bit kind of, don't know. I'm not sure how impactful that -1 rank as an influence is going to be. A lot of ranged units now are the same dice on 1 rank and 2. That's like often the unit you want to weaken is like the ranged unit in your opponent's list. And I think that -1 rank just isn't going to do anything in a lot of cases.
Sure.
Yeah, feels kind of. It is a change, but I don't think it will change like what lists he goes in, how often we see him, or really what he does in a game.
Yeah, I mean, overall, with the updates to the Lannisters, are you quite, by the sounds of it, you're quite happy with most of the changes? I think it's fair to say, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Tywin thing's a bit heavy-handed, but he needed a change. I think the Casterok Honor Guard with the other unit that we're all expecting to get a nerf, and they've had a very gentle one. Am I sad I still won't play Gold Cloaks? Not really. The Kingsguard glow up is really something, and really makes me wonder about playing Joffrey, which is something I was not even considering before. And Cersei's brilliant, and Tyrion's intriguing, and I think a really nice like high skill cap NCU. Guardsmen are good. Mountains Men improved, and I like that. So yeah, overall very happy. I think they're in a strong place. It's a good season for them. I think season 7.
Yeah, I think they're still going to be very competitive, seen on those top tables. all that kind of thing.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. They still do everything they used to do, really. Nothing has changed. That's like really fundamental, I think, to how Lannisters perform. I think good Lannister players are still not relying on the panic damage and focusing on the like control elements with bribery and counterplot and intrigue and abilities like that. And then they still sort of do the panic thing on top. I think fundamentally they're the same. They just got some nice little buffs here and there.
Yeah, yeah. Joe, do you have anything to kind of add to what we've been saying, or you there?
I wonder.
No. We'll move on.
You've
So
been crossbowed on the toilet, Brad.
yeah. Oh, Tywin and Joe gone in the same night. It's a sad situation.
True.
Well, what we'll do then is we'll move on to the Free Folk, which is one I've got. I'll be perfectly honest with you; it's not a faction I know a lot about. I was tempted to move into this faction come season 7. It was between one of two. Everyone's going to be on my case because I've chosen Baratheon. Luckily, I bought everything before the update, so it's not because of the Lightbringers. I will say that. But moving on, what we'll do is we'll carry on with obviously the ones that were leaked. Which first off, I've got the Savage Giants. Obviously, this was leaked by one of the UK's own in Brian McGonigal. So they've with the giant rule now. Everything's gone from 6 wounds to 8 wounds. Excuse me. The unblock hits has been unchanged. There's been no touch of that at all. He's still doing only 2 unblocked hits, which is causing a wound. They've now gone down to the fact that they only suffer 1 wound from failing a panic test. Into something like Lightbringers, this is absolutely brilliant. This is the anti Lightbringer, isn't it? And then we go into things like Mighty Swing, which was previously called Furious Swing. I don't really, the name changed. I'm not sure if that's just to give the definition between the two. But Critical Blow has now been added. Vicious has been unchanged. And the wording changed for hits generated can't be blocked. If I get that back up. Yeah, so rather than, causing, where is it? Defenders do not roll defense dice to saying they can't be blocked. So I suppose if you do have that tactics card in hand that says, I block these many hits, it goes through those as well now. They're now rolling +1 attack die for each of the defenders' remaining ranks rather than the wounds they had suffered, which I think is quite interesting. Obviously it doesn't kind of overpower a giant, but it's still with charging in with 4 dice, you're most likely going to try and chuck them into something like an infantry unit. So you're going to be rolling 7 dice on like first attacks, that kind of thing. I think that'd be quite nice. They have removed panic on the charge as well. Which, okay, you've got Vicious on your side, when you do go into that attack, which is still there. But I don't think that's anything. I think that's a mega nerf, so to speak. I think if anything, they've got a lot better. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I think the big change is all the giants going to 8 wounds, right? For me, that's the headline. They've all got harder to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's odd. It's an odd one for just, I guess, my own personal experience. Like I've played into giants a few times at tournaments. They always seem pretty good. Like honestly, like quite scary to get into combat with. They do loads of wounds to you, loads of unblocked wounds. I think it makes sense that they're now going to rely less on taking wounds themselves. Like that was a good change. Yeah, now they got harder to kill. So yeah, whether they'll still suffer from they have this problem of like being outmaneuvered and stuff getting in their flank, stuff getting where they can't see your unit because you've managed to place them on the board. So
yeah,
I think
yeah,
it doesn't seem to me, like looking at the changes to Giants January, like it doesn't seem like they're going to play in a very different style. I think they still do the same basic thing they've always done. They're just harder to kill while they're doing it.
yeah.
And obviously that is that is going to mean that they're better. I think the other like significant changes that only taking 1 wound from failing a panic test is like a nice change for them, because when you've only got 8 wounds to begin with, like the swing of if you do fail a test and then take 3 or more wounds is, was a bit just again like a kind of like a bad play experience, really. I think, we can sort of thematically make our peace with the idea that giants don't just run away. So I like that change. This seems like a better play experience for the people who are playing giants. If
Yeah.
that makes sense. Like less of a feel bad. Oh, my big giant just got killed in 1 flank charge because he only had 6 wounds. I guess that's probably wasn't super likely to happen before, but you know what I mean.
I mean, if you put that into like realism, so to speak, of against infantry and cavalry units, like they've got double the amount of wounds. It just doesn't seem balanced in that sense. So I think putting it to 8 wounds and like essentially they're now a third down on both of those units can make them way more competitive.
Yeah, I mean they've got like significantly harder to kill, right? Like going to 8 wounds and only taking 1 wound from failing panic test.
Yeah,
I think is a big like it's not just +2 wounds like when you heal 2 wounds on a unit, right? Like I think it amounts to more than that, particularly the panic test thing. So yeah, I think they are now going to be really quite hard to kill.
yeah, absolutely.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think my gut instinct is that they are harder to kill, but they also do substantially more damage, right? So, if in season 6, if a giant got to you, I like to think every time I look at unit, you think, what would happen if I just ignored this unit? So if a giant gets to you in season 6, it does sort of it does maximum of 4 hits, 4 wounds, and then a vicious panic test. So kind of worst case scenario, 7 wounds, right? Now, if it gets to you and you've got a block of infantry, it's going to be rolling 7 dice with a crit blow. So probably it can do a maximum of 8 hits. So effectively, they on a fresh attack, they now do twice the damage they used to an infantry block.
Yeah.
And they're also harder to kill. So I think that, I mean, we don't really see a lot of free folk players in south of England, I would say.
We don't know.
It's quite uncommon. So in some respects, this might be a little ignorable for us locally. If the LGT happens again or a national tournament happens again, I think that you might have to think about a list to defeat giants, because you can't bring a block of infantry that are going to take, up to 11 wounds on the first attack of the game.
Yeah, no, very true.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. I mean, one of our local players, shout out to Danny if you're still listening, he's decided he's going to go free folk. So it'd be quite nice to have someone in our local kind of meta, if you want to call it, playing these kind of lists, so we can kind of practice against giants, practice against your Varamirs, that kind of thing.
I am scared of this, but I wonder if are they not still though like quite weak to, quite vulnerable to being outmaneuvered? Like when I've played them in the past, I think I've played like 3 tournament games into giants now, and I think I won each one, and it was because of I lost the last one. Sorry, I'm just remembering. But it was like getting the units around the side of them seemed to be quite a big weakness. Like, do they have tools? I guess they have Lady Val, right? They have some tools to change their positioning. It's just that because they're all on small trays, like you can just sort of run past them, run like the other side of their line quite often, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I say, like I always lean on the Martell thing, but having cunning ploy always came in handy against giants.
Yeah, that sort of thing, like get past the line. I guess again, it's going to depend a lot on the scenario and the player. There are so many variables, right? But
yeah,
my
absolutely.
instinct is that will still work against them. Like I'm not seeing anything here that changes that. They might still struggle to keep everything where they can see it. But for sure, they're harder to kill and hit harder.
Yeah, I think yeah, they play the same, but they're probably 30% harder to kill, and they potentially are doing twice the damage they used to.
Yeah, I think that's quite a nice summary actually. Moving on to the next unit that was leaked as well, was the Harmer's Vanguard. Um, Now the changes with this was they've now gone from a movement of 5 inches to movement of 6. Still the same attack profile, still the same saves, but the planned approach trigger has now changed. So it used to be start of any turn, whereas now it's a when a friendly unit in long range activates. Not knowing a lot about this unit or how free folk kind of play, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure how that's going to work personally. Um, but they've also had tactical repo added, which I think, I mean, let's be honest, it works in Baratheons, and just pushing that forward line of, I don't know, like raiders maybe or something like that, just to take a hit rather than something else. Um, yeah, I think that's going to be quite nice. Potentially more used. Obviously, we've got the cavalry rule, which is the cavalry rule that will never change. But yeah, like as I say, I don't see a massive change in this unit, but I'd be interested to see how it plays on the table.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen them played, to be honest.
Yeah,
So, yeah, maybe now we will.
yeah. Well, a bit of
I
tactical
mean,
repo always goes a long way, doesn't it?
Good order. Yeah.
Sorry, Joe, you were saying?
yeah. Well, just rereading planned approach. Actually, probably one that has to marinate for a while.
Yeah, I must admit that it's not something I know much about when it comes to the free folk. Yeah,
I mean, I'd say that it feels like it's a small buff, right? Because now you can do another order or tactics card start of turn, the turn that you want to charge something, which is, I assume, the turn that you generally use planned approach.
yeah. I
But
imagine this is
to
something
be honest,
to.
I am guessing a bit because I don't. Yeah,
The only
sorry,
thing
go
that
on.
kind of springs to mind for me is something like Counter Strike, because like
Yeah,
the free folk don't hit on good numbers, do they? And obviously if they take a punch, they're just going to fold like a cheap suit.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
But
Counter Strike targets. So I think this is the problem with planned approach is that um, the number of abilities or effects that will target your unit on your turn, which is when this happens, is
Mm.
really small.
Mm.
Lash out, final strike, a few other random cards. So in in those scenarios, very, very helpful, but you could go, 2 or 3 games where that just wouldn't ever come up against certain factions. So I suppose tactical repositioning gives them a bit more value outside of those. So that in those niche scenarios where you're blocking a final strike or a lash out, clearly it's an amazing order, really, really great. So fair enough now for when you're not in those scenarios, maybe, don't know. It's a good tech piece.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, overall, will we see this in free folk lists? We haven't seen it up until now. Personally, I don't think we will, but I'd be interested to know your guys' take on that as well.
I mean, 5 points for a speed 6 cav with Tac Repo, that feels like it's got to have a place in some lists. Tac Repo's a great order. I mean, just getting 12 wounds on a very fast tray for 5 points, there's some value in that, you know.
True, yeah. I suppose it could
Running
hold
them
like
into my
objectives, things
enemy
like that.
deployment zone. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, right? Like Winds of Winter, running them into the enemy objective, the enemy deployment zone. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of speed. It's a lot of speed and wounds and a good order for sure for 5 points. Yeah, I think like Martell Spearman, like similar vibe, but this is a speed 6 cav unit
yeah.
that you're bringing for Tac Repo rather than a pretty rubbish melee unit.
No
I
worries.
mean, I prefer them to Martell Spearman just because they're speed 6 cav, and if I need Tac Repo in a list, I'd rather it was on speed 6 cav than
Yeah,
speed 5 infantry block.
We
yeah.
need a free folk player in the chat to tell us whether we're talking absolute nonsense on these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be nice,
We
if
don't
anyone
really
else
see
have any
folk
opinions,
that
it'd be
much.
great to know.
Yeah.
So moving on to the next slide, we're talking about 1-1 and the Frozen Shore Chariots. Now going into 1-1, obviously he got a point more expensive, didn't he? He went up to 9 points from 8, I believe. Obviously, he is benefiting from the giant rule, which you're going to see across obviously all the giants you're going to see on the update here. He also lost Warcry and Pummeling Fists, but got Indomitable Might, which has given him the fact that people don't roll defense dice. A unit becomes weakened on the charge. He's also rolling +1 attack die to a maximum of 3 for each wound he's taken, which yet again we're looking at 8. So potentially, if he has 3 wounds going into a fight, you're rolling 10 dice. And he's also restoring a wound after each attack. Yes, he's expensive for 9 points. I mean, obviously his attack profile went up as well. Sorry, before I forget about that, he was on 6 dice, now he's on 7. But yeah, I can see 1-1 getting a lot more play. He seems quite dangerous to me.
Seems incredible.
Yeah.
Again, not a massive expert on free folk, but I mean, he's 3 up armor, 4 up morale. He's hard to kill. He has an amazing attack profile. That weakened after recharges use, like that seems super annoying as well.
Yeah, especially when he's got the giant rule of obviously, he's only taking 1 wound for every 2 hits. So just weakening someone, even if they're on 3s, it's still worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, just brilliant, really good.
So hopefully we'll see a bit more 1-1 on the table, because usually when I have played against, say, a Giants list, obviously Mag being commander, you'd never really see him. I'd say there was a good maybe 10% proportion of the times I've seen him, but the rest of the time it was just savage giants and spear throwers.
Yes, my understanding is he was sort of the least popular of the giants.
Yeah.
Sort of regarded as the worst one.
Yeah, but having the ability now that obviously someone doesn't roll those defense dice, which I kind of get with giants, to be honest with you. Like, I don't, if a giant hits something, it's going to go splat, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thematically it works.
Yeah.
Seems really good. Expensive, but I mean, very strong.
Any take on it at all, Joe?
No, forgive my ignorance. We're classic sort of
Southerners.
south of the wall type, aren't we? It's all free folk are just this unknown, mysterious northern thing.
Yeah.
McGonagall turns up sometimes with some giants from the north, and we all panic.
Moving on to the Frozen Shore Chariots. I'll be honest with you, like, considering they're a 4-point unit, I think I can see these guys hitting the table, because it's just a cheap kind of way of, I don't know what the term is for it, but I just think they're going to be really good. So they've now had a ranged attack added to their profile, which is short range, hitting on 3s, 6 dice. Yeah, I imagine you wouldn't use it as much as you probably would the melee, but there might be setups in what case if someone's blocked up, getting that short range attack in could be quite nice for the chariot. Yeah, so it's melee also changed from being on a 4+ to now being on a 3+, and can now only suffer 2 wounds from failing a panic test. Overall, I think, this unit is going to get more table time for 4 points. Like, you've always got 4 points spare, right? When it comes to, well, I imagine something like Free Folk anyway, because a lot of the units are relatively cheap, and I could just see these guys squeezing their way into some lists.
I think the term is value, right? Like for 4
Yeah.
points, you get an awful lot. So they seem to be like, again, I'm not an expert, but you just seem to get a lot of value out of 4 points there, to be honest. Like, it's a brilliant attack on the charge. They're going to get the charge because they're speed 6 cav, and 6 wounds is actually not bad, especially with the panic damage cav. Like, yeah, you're going to invest. I think you're going to invest much more points killing that than it's costing, and its attack is like, you can't ignore that attack. That's a really, really strong attack.
Yeah, no, undeniable. Yeah, for a 4-point unit hitting on 3s is crazy.
Yeah, I think this probably goes in the same category as Lightbringers, as surely an error that will be corrected quite swiftly.
Yeah,
because they've gone from 5 points to 4 points, which of its in and of itself is probably a sufficient buff, right?
Oh,
Going from 5
100%.
points to 4 points, brilliant. But then they've also gained a ranged attack, a reduction to the amount of panic damage and a reduction to the amount of panic damage they can take, and hitting on 3s rather than 4s. So like, yeah, I feel like what that should have been, that was perhaps an either or that they were discussing, and they ended up accidentally doing both. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like as I say, I apologise to everyone watching. Everything that I look at, I always compare to Martell because that's kind of my main thing. But when you look at, like, say, Deadly Impact, where you've got Sundering and Vicious, and you also deal +1 hit for each of the defender's remaining ranks, you're a 5-up save, a 5-up morale. I compare this to something like Darkstar Retinue. And the fact that they've got a ranged attack and a melee attack, like, okay, you charge them into, for argument's sake, an infantry unit of some kind. You're rolling those 4 dice, of course, but you're getting those extra 3 hits. Now, to me, like, I would compare that to, say, like Ario Hota inside the Darkstar Retinue, which obviously you're 7 attacks plus those hits. But you're paying what, 7 points for that plus the attachment. Which, well, to be fair, actually saying that, he's the free attachment you get with the commander. But yeah, I just, like, for 4 points, it just seems mad to me.
Well, if you'll forgive me, Brad, to compare it to Targaryens, so I'd say that probably in many ways the most similar. Is it a similar unit? The Rakars.
Sure.
The
Yeah.
Rakars
The
also
closest.
6 wound.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
fact,
get
actually, on the
6
chat, James
movement.
has put about that as well. That Harakars now need a ranged attack. It'd have to be the whip.
Yeah, so double checking. Yeah, Harakars have the same movement, same armor, same morale, same number of wounds. Harakars can take full wounds from panic, and Harakars get 6 attacks on a 3-up with vicious and outflank. So they
Yeah.
have no ranged.
Yeah.
They have no sundering on charge. They have no swift retreat. It feels like an error.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, 100% agree. Moving on to the next ones. We now get to the War Mammoth and the Frozen Shore Hunters. With the War Mammoth, it's gone from a 6-inch maneuver to a 5-inch. It hits now on 3s and not 4s. It also has 5 attack die, whereas it used to be 7, which I think is quite significant in its own kind of way. But it also gets to shift 5 inches forward on its activation. So, like, where you're taking an inch move less, obviously, overall, like just shifting forward 5 inches when you activate it. So essentially getting that free cav maneuver, but it being a shift instead of a maneuver, I think would be quite nice. If it fails a panic test, every unit within 2 inches of this suffers D3. So that's not only enemy but friendly as well. Yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see how that kind of plays out. Rampage no longer has crit blow and sundering, but the defenders don't roll dice, and it also gets +1 attack, up to a maximum of 3 for every wound it's suffered as well. Yeah, I can't remember how many points this unit was. I will apologise, but
They were 6. They're still 6.
they're still 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about that? Like, yeah, I don't think that's a bad unit to take. I mean, it was one of those War Mammoths, like, I'd see them occasionally on the table, but never overly so.
I think the mammoths and
Yeah,
the elephants and the Prakars and the chariots all just suffer from the size of their base and the shape of their base as well. They're so incredibly flankable.
Yes.
And I think on the chariots and the Prakars, you don't mind as much because of their speed, and they're sort of trying to get around the back of an enemy, trying to be out of line of sight, which I think is how they stay safe. Don't think that's quite the case for the mammoth. And I think that'll be I think, because nothing on this card, I guess, okay, the wounds from the panic test, I suppose, but like, yeah, there's not much on here that sort of fixes that problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm slightly more positive about it. I mean, they can charge from a safe charge of 11 inches away, whereas previously it was 6. That's quite a big improvement on, because the biggest problem with elephants mammoths, you can never actually get them into combat.
Yeah.
And it gives your opponent a bit of an interesting choice, like, oh, I want to shoot this guy, but if I don't quite kill him, he's going to be he's going to be really angry when he gets to me. You know, I think we probably still won't see him particularly competitively, but I'm really pleased that people that enjoy monsters, you know, and in my experience of free folk players, I would say the majority of them play free folk because they like big stompy monsters. So I'm pleased for them that they can bring the war mammoth and actually get it into combat now.
Yeah, absolutely. The second of this on this slide are the Frozen Shore Hunters. They only dish out a weakened token on their ranged ability now with Harpoon. So it used to be that just when they completed an attack with the Harpoon, because obviously the Harpoon keyword, so to speak, is in obviously their ranged and their melee being their primary weapon. They've also got a pretty cool kind of ability in the Harpoon thing now of after they've done their attack and I think if the defenders unengaged and took wounds, well, first off, they can shift back, which doesn't require the latter part of that kind of trigger. But if the enemy is unengaged and took wounds, they can also force that unit 2 inches, which is quite thematic, obviously, with the Harpoon. And I think it's going to have a lot of interesting plays over terrain features. Obviously, looking at things like the stakes, forcing people onto maybe the wall. So if they do end up charging, you still get that fortified, you know, rather than allowing them to clear it. Yeah, I think there's some interesting plays for the Frozen Shore Hunters. I mean, everything else has pretty much stayed the same. There's still a 5-inch mover. There's still a 664 profile on the range. There's still 664 on the melee, both hitting on 4s. A save of 5 and a morale of 7. Yeah, how do you guys kind of look at this unit, and yeah, you know, how do you feel generally about it?
Again, hard to say. I think our, lack of experience with free folk is probably showing here. So
Yeah, I mean, I could see them, you know, pulling people out of position, you know, making those charges possible now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, saying that, they are short range, so you're going to have to get them relatively close anyway. But I suppose you still leave yourself enough room to, you know, obviously shifting 2 inches and then shifting them 2 inches if they're unengaged. You've got the potential of then charging in with something else to either, you know, stop them do what they want to do, go for that attack, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a very sort of very unique, unusual rule, isn't it? That Harpoon.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the first time it's been introduced to the game, right? Like, I haven't seen anyone else that can do something like this.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
So I would like to see this personally on the table, because I think like it does add that kind of skill level in a sense of, you know, positioning your unit at the right time. Because I mean, as it says on the card, it goes directly 2 inches towards the unit that obviously they made the attack for Frozen Shore Hunters, but it depends on their arc as well. So if you're like a diagonal, you're going to have to find, you know, let's say the sweet spot of which way you want to drag that unit.
Yeah, but I guess they always go. I mean, but it's a shift, right? So they have to go directly forward, presumably.
Well, I'm just thinking if you are potentially in the side, you know, moving at 5, I can't really see it, but there might be the odd instance where you've maybe got them into the sides. You know, there's some stakes beside them, maybe. I'm just trying to think of any scenario really, but I would like to see how these guys work on the table. You know, if they've been worth the change.
Yeah, I guess that the tricky part there will be their short range. So how do you get them in range without them getting charged? And they're going to evaporate quite quickly
Oh, easily,
once
yeah.
charged. But I guess if you're free folk, right, you've got like 400 ready units stood in front of them. So.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, is it the Undying Horde or something? You really can get your raiders back. Can't think what it's called now.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but that card. So moving on to the next ones, we're going to the Frozen Shore Bear Riders and the Giant Spear Throwers. So going to the Bear Riders first. Now, I quite like the look of this unit, I'm not going to lie. Going from a 4 move to now a 5-inch move, I think it's really, really nice. Still hitting on 4s at range, but losing, obviously, charging volley. I don't think it's a massive issue. But it's the melee where these guys kind of count, I think, now. You know, being a 6-4 previously to now a 7-7 hitting on 3s. I think is brilliant. Like, you know, you want these guys to be in a fight.
Mm.
They've also gained mark target, so obviously passing that vulnerable token out at the start of a friendly turn. Yeah, either so you can get ready to hit, you know, on that big strike, which actually ties in nicely with the spear and maul, because even though they've lost precision, they've gained what is it? The re-rolls if the defender has a token. So you know that it links in lovely with that marked target. Pass that vulnerable token out. Even if you're stuck in melee, you get those re-rolls of sevens hitting on threes. So there's a good portion of this that should be hitting. And then obviously whatever saves they make, even you know you're sundering, you should be getting quite a few wounds here. Obviously there's still 4 wounds per model, so they're you know as many wounds as a Kingsguard.
Yeah, it's quite scary, right? So they charge you. It's a vicious sundering. They probably mark target, so I mean they don't need the rerolls, do they? But let's say they mark target and charge you. That's a very nasty charge. 7 dice on 3s, vicious sundering, and you're vulnerable. And then the best thing is they're 16 wounds, so they're going to get to attack again, and that's going to be the same attack, right?
Yeah,
It's going
yeah,
to be 7
exactly.
dice vicious sundering. I'm going to mark target, so I'm going to get to reroll. So it seems really spicy damage output.
Yeah, I mean, even though these guys are still like 8 points, aren't they? I can certainly see at least one unit in an army list because they're just great.
Also great models. I don't know if you've seen OJ's like unit of the Frozen Shore Baroness, but they look so cool.
Do you know what? I've seen his giants, but I've never seen the bears yet. Yeah, hopefully, if he does play them at a future tournament, hopefully, I'll get a chance to you know have a bit of a peek because I quite love his paint scheme and style anyway.
Yeah, really talented artist.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know, as I say, I personally think the bear riders are. I'm hoping anyway they get a bit more use. But moving on, we go to the giant spear throwers. Now they've gone from move 5 to move 5. Nothing's changed. The giant spear still long range, 3+ hitting on threes, same as in melee. The defense and the morale still identical. Obviously, it's had the glow up with the giant rule, so now it's 8 wounds, unblocked hits, etc., etc. Only suffering 1 from a failed panic test. Other than that, it's relatively unchanged, to be honest with you. The giant spear still does what the giant spear does. I don't think anyone will not use these. Yeah, you know, as I say, it's mainly the giant rule that's changed for them. But I still think, they're a nice range threat. You know, especially taking -3 to hit early doors, to ignore that line of sight, and get an unlimited range. Early, yeah, as I say, you can shift them forward a little bit by a little bit, and see if you can hit those on those sixes.
I have to have a small moan here though, because that as a play experience is entirely negative, and I've played into it a few times, and it's it's not fun for the defender because you can't do anything to mitigate it, right? They just shoot you from anywhere on the board. I think the game should really lose, and it kind of has, and we see the Night's Watch changes. More or less, this is gone from the Night's Watch, right? That they have these units that on
Yeah.
round 1 are just blasting you from anywhere on the board. So I'm a bit sad that this wasn't done away with and replaced with something else. It's a bad experience for the defender because they, like I said, they can't mitigate against it at all. And if it goes off, it does like an alarming amount of damage to cavalry and monsters and war machines. It's like a bit brutal. And it's also just a bad experience for the Giants player because half the times it just doesn't hit.
Yeah,
And
I
then
must
they're
admit,
like frustrated that they've invested all this effort into NCUs, claiming swords and whatever, and like, not shooting rather than moving their giants at the board. And then they just don't roll a 6. And every free folk player I play seems to just be having a bad time trying to hit me on a 6 all the time. It just seems like this is just not a great play experience, and I think the game would be just better off without units that can round 1 just blast you from their deployment zone. I think it's a bit daft, really.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, like what I always used to do, even before season 7, and obviously it can still carry on now, is I would just stick weakened on the giant spear throwers, so they have to move forward.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that hitting on 6s, you're like, well, I'm not guaranteed it, but there's a very high percentage that you won't be hitting me.
Yeah, 100%. And if they just had a more powerful ranged attack that was tied to long range, then I think the free folk player is happier. Not tilting because they can't roll a 6, and I'm happier because that I at least have to move within their threat range, right? So now we're playing the game rather than just kind of arbitrarily rolling dice on the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at least I suppose when you're looking at, say, like archery units or long range units, I should say, at least you're pushing that unit forward to create a threat range or the rest of it. Whereas this is just literally, like you say, blind throwing spears across the table.
Yeah, exactly. No skill required.
Yeah.
You haven't outplayed me. You didn't make a clever decision.
Yeah. No,
It's
that's fair. That's
we can
totally
do without
fair.
it.
Yeah, last but not least, on the whole unit side, it'll be Mag the Mighty. From what I've seen in other streams and from what I've heard myself, the commander will reduce in points as before. With, I think, is it more giants you take? But the overall changes with Mag are he now saves on a 3+, not a 4+. His morale is now a 3+, not a 4+. Still the same move, still the same attack profile, and obviously the giant rule obviously applies to him now. So he's now got 8 wounds, etc. Can't suffer more than 1 every 2 unblocked hits, etc. Yeah, I must admit, like I'm quite looking forward to seeing it and playing against a few more giants on the table. I mean, maybe naively, whenever I went against the giant list, I never felt under pressure. Is that the right word? Yeah. How do you guys think?
I think we've covered it mostly really with the giant changes in general, right? They're
Yeah.
scarier, they hit harder, they're tankier. It's the same for 1/1 and Mag, and the Savage Giant. So yeah, I think it's more of the same, right? He's gonna do more damage and he's harder to kill. So yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I'll move on to the NCUs. There's only 2 changes here. So it's Lady Dala and Steer. Lady Dala, the trigger of her card is after resolving that zone's effect, whereas before it was each time she claimed a zone. The crowns haven't changed. The bags are now after restoring the wounds. You can do that many hits and still to get. But you can still, sorry, obviously remove that token that you've been given as well. Whereas before you had to, instead of removing it, which I think is quite nice. So at least you can, keep those vulnerables, whatever it may be, off of the unit that you need at that key moment. The other one being the letters. So you can you just look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's tactics deck and discard one and shuffle the other back into the deck. Whereas it used to be you put it back on top, and obviously you wouldn't draw cards yourself either. So it's quite nice to know that the opponent might not necessarily be drawing that card straight away, but it's there kind of ready and waiting. Yeah, there's not really much to kind of add on them. And obviously we now go into Steer, who I think is going to see a lot of play with the Giants. He's been given a split now, so he can either do infantry and cav, or he can do monsters as well, which he never previously had. Yeah, I personally think what's going into him is quite nice. I think we might see a little bit more of him. Yeah,
Nice change.
yeah. Moving on to the next, we'll go into Targaryen. Joe, if you don't mind taking on this, yet again we'll go with the ones that were previously covered. So a lot of people probably know about these anyway. But the first one is the Unsullied Swordmasters.
Yeah, big glow up. 3 up armor now is a massive difference. And so Swordmasters were always great when you got them into combat, but getting them into combat was quite painful. So I think we're going to see a lot of Sullied Swordmasters season 7. And we'll talk about the pikemen in a sec, but
Yeah.
I think the Swordmasters do everything that a 7-point unit should do. So it seems hard to find space for the pikemen, but perhaps we can cover that when we get to the pikemen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Going on to the other reveal that happened, which was actually an NCU on this occasion. It's Pirate Pre.
Yeah, sort of. I don't know. I don't know about this. It's slightly better for your tempo because you can just get the tactics card from your discard without taking a zone. That's the big change, really. You used to have to take a zone, and then that would give you the tactics card that you then use. Now you can just do it once per game. I think there's some debate about whether, for example, sorry, let me say that again. It used to be that you had to take the House of the Undying, and you can take it off any zone. So I think there's some rules debate about whether you could take swords, for example, draw out assault orders to immediately use with the swords you've just taken for a charge, or what have you. I think overall, it's a bit of a sideways. I don't know. It's slightly more reliable if you're looking for a particular card, but no big change really.
I mean, being able to once again have your opponent reveal their tactics hand. Obviously, this is on if you actually take the House of the Undying, is a pretty big one.
Yeah,
potentially.
Just to chime in there, sorry. I think I know the answer to that query rule-wise is that he can draw the card first because he can choose to resolve his own ability before you resolve the zone. So I believe you could immediately play assault orders. It's the same as Sansa in Stark and like Tommen in Lannister.
Right.
So I think, without getting too much of a rules discussion, I think the wording on Sansa is slightly different. Let me just double check what I'm talking about here.
Are they not both just when you claim a zone? Or maybe I've missed something.
Sansa, hold on a sec. Just bear with me 1 sec. So Sansa is when Sansa activates, you may return 1 tactics card from your discard pile to your hand. Whereas pre-app pre has to actually claim the zone. So pre-app pre is claiming, whatever zone it is, crowns. And it's not zone replacing, but at the point you claim the zone, you don't have assault orders in your hand. Whereas with Sansa's once a game, when she activates, you take assault orders into your hand, and then you claim the zone. So at the point you're claiming the zone, you have assault orders in your hand, and therefore can declare it.
Right.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
interesting. I'll have to look it up. I thought you could do that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know whether it's 100% clear, but anyway,
Okay.
whether that was or not, that he's not able to do that. So I think whether the power of this card probably depends slightly on the interpretation of that rule.
Yeah, because I suppose it's essentially saying when you claim the zone, not resolve it, so to speak. So is there like a trigger difference there in the sense of, I mean, is assault orders actually when you claim the zone?
Assault orders is a zone replace. So yeah, when you claim the zone, you replace its effect with an attack. So you basically got 2 effects happening at the same time. But one of the effects you can't legally do until you resolve the other effect. So can you declare an effect at the point you declare it, you couldn't legally resolve it?
Yeah. That'd be interesting.
Anyway.
Maybe there'd be an FAQ on that.
Yeah.
Moving on to the ones that got released on Thursday. The first one we've come to is Jorah Mormont and the Screamers, the Dothraki Screamers.
Yeah, so Screamers going down, losing losing Furious Charge, basically, aren't they? So they no longer battle vulnerable token. I mean, I sort of feel like Screamers aren't necessarily the problem. It was the attachments, right? It was the Blood Rider attachments.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a premature nerf because one would hope that when the attachment changes come, they'll go up to 2 points, whatever it might be, and therefore looking back, would think, oh, maybe they should have had vulnerable again. So I don't love it. I'm not massively upset by it, but I think it was perhaps the wrong change to fix that unit, and the Blood Rider change would be more important.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Jorah's got 2 things going on, which are important once it's gone down to 3 points, which is brilliant for list building. So you can do more interesting things, more different combinations. You've got Harakars at 4, so now you've got Jorah at 3, so you can do something. The maths in a way that lets you do a different list format. And he also takes maximum of 1 wound from failing panic tests. So he's not 1 double ones away from leaving the field anymore, which is good, I think.
Yeah.
So
oh, absolutely.
I've been playing around with list building, using a 3-point Jorah, and yeah, it's nice. It opens up some options.
No worries. Yeah, moving on to the next slide. We're looking at the Brazen Beasts and the Pit Fighters.
So yeah, 2 5-point infantry units have both had a glow up. I mean, the Brazen Beast one's great. I talked briefly earlier about how Sentinels are a bit of an all-rounder, and that's why you don't really see them. Well, these Brazen Beasts now have gone all in on offense. I never liked them before at a 4-up. I thought they didn't do enough damage to justify their low defense. Well, now on a 3-up attack with 8 dice and crit blow, they definitely do enough damage to justify their poor defense.
Yeah.
I think we'll be seeing these a lot more. I think they're now a good unit. I know some people thought they were a good unit in season 6. I think it was hard to make work, and they just didn't do enough. So I think we'll see Brazen Beasts. I think they're nice. I'll sort of be taking them in some lists.
Yeah.
Pit Fighters also had a glow up. They no longer wound themselves. They just get the tokens essentially. I mean, not quite so many perhaps, but you could potentially make Pit Fighters work with some of the guys that heal when they do damage or heal when people fail panic tests, but it is quite a lot of work to make them work. Whereas now I think they just will work. And we'll see an NCU in a minute that now can give highest attack die value in Targaryen, which I don't think we previously had. So you've got a guy with a Stark profile, 678, and we'll also see an NCU that enables that. So of the two, I think Brazen Beasts are the better, and it's always difficult when you've got 2 units that do the same thing, melee infantry at the same points cost, that you're probably going to prefer one. I think you will prefer Brazen Beasts. I think Pit Fighters are still dangerous, particularly with Illyrio, which we'll see in a sec.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. I'll move on to them now. So first off, we've got Hisdar Zolorak and Mirimaz Dur.
So Miri perhaps is the most important change because it was in every list. It's just a fantastic NCU. Why wouldn't you take it? Say again, sorry?
Sorry. I cut out for a second. Carry on.
Yeah, so Miri was in every list. She always healed a wound. She made people panic and weaken. Fantastic NCU. That's changed now. Now she does a slightly wonky thing where when she claims that she can remove a condition token, and then later on she can add that condition token to someone else. I think realistically, that's probably the end of Miri NCU. I don't think you're going to see it. I mean, effectively, we're saying you've got an NCU here that can move a condition token around 3 or 4 times a game. It's not very exciting. I think there's much better options. Hisdar Zolorak was an awkward NCU that sort of sounded quite cool but never actually worked. Now it just does more himself. He's not relying on any other people to pile in on with him. And we might see some stuff. He just does more. So crowns, he puts out a vulnerable token when he does a crown zap. Bags, potentially the most interesting one. When he heals someone, he heals everyone in short range by 1 wound or removes a condition token. Likewise, when he puts the letters, he puts an additional condition token on someone else. So he just does sort of zones plus. So I think we might see some of him. I quite like him.
No worries. No worries at all. Going on to the last kind of 2 NCUs that got the update, we are looking at Ilario Mapatis and, well, I have put Pirate Pre in there, but obviously we've seen that in a previous slide anyway.
Yeah, Ilario's been buffed as well, so he does something completely different now. 3 times a game. He's an influence NCU, and I feel like there's a lot more influence NCUs now than there were previously across the game. I mean, so influence NCU. He can either restore 2 wounds. He can give highest attack die value and sundering, which is a real. That's where I think it really suits the pit fighters, because pit fighters' highest attack die value is on their lowest rank. So the full health pit fighters with Illyrio can do 8 dice with sundering and precision, which is quite scary for a 5-point unit. Or we can make someone in short range of the person who's implementing panicked and weakened. Is he strong? Probably not, but he can empower Targ infantry, and I think Targ infantry are much better in season 7 than they were in season 6. So, giving once 3 times a game, giving Unsullied Swordmaster sundering is not terrible. So we might see him in some infantry lists.
No, fair enough. That kind of concludes the whole section on Targaryen. So it brings us to Starks, which will be yourself, Tom. What we'll do is we'll start off with some of the leak cards again. So this one will be the Sworn Swords.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks for that summary, Joe. It was interesting. I hadn't looked much at the Targs. Seems like there's some good options there for high activation lists, which is cool, because I always think they never knew what to pair with the Dothraki list. Interesting stuff. The Stark Sworn Swords. Yeah, I think, again, we've mostly all seen this change. They have this order at any cost now, which basically lets them do a really beefy attack, but then they become vulnerable, which kind of playing into that Stark traditional Stark play style of basically living on a knife edge and trying to attack when you're on 1 rank, and trying to make yourself vulnerable because you've swung at someone with loads of dice. So yeah, I think it's a nice change. I think they'll still see play. I thought they were already a pretty decent 5-point unit. All good. All good. It's a nice order. They're a little bit better. We'll see more of them.
Okay.
Really.
Yeah. Once again, it's a starter set box unit, isn't it? So it'd be good to see. I mean, they were good anyway. I think a lot of them were taken regardless, but still good to see them on the table.
Yeah. So another way Starks can roll max attack dice, which they love to do. So yeah, kind of plays into the theme.
And if I'm not mistaken, are they the only unit with at any cost now?
That I'm aware of, yeah.
So potentially this could be something that maybe comes in across the board. Potentially, we'll have to wait and see on that, of course.
Maybe, yeah. Certainly, when I read that order for the first time, I couldn't remember seeing it on another unit, but I may be wrong.
Yeah.
There may be something out there.
Which leads us, to be honest with you, into another starter set unit, which is the Umber Berserkers.
Yeah, this one surprised me a little. I wasn't expecting them to get buffed. I thought that, so the interesting about Starks, the context here is that Starks are a massive faction with loads of units and a lot of 6-point units specifically. And to be fair, quite a few 5-point units. So of all the 6-point units that Starks had, I felt like this was the one that showed up in lists the most, maybe just leaving Eddard's Honor Guard to one side because they only get picked with Commander Ed, but I thought this was sort of their most popular 6-point, so it's probably the one I least expected to get a buff. I'm surprised they've had one, and for example, the Mormont Bruisers are not here. They haven't been changed at all.
Yeah.
That's surprising, but yeah, I mean, I think if you already liked Berserkers, the fact that they now have Crit Blow and Furious Assault is great. I like that Umber over the last sort of couple of seasons have started to develop a sort of panic flavor. So all the Umber units now have Vicious or Panic Q, have some interactions with Panic, which is cool. And Crit Blow is just kind of memes, isn't it, really, when you can be rolling 9 dice to start with. There's going to be some absolutely brutal attacks. You've got a card that gives them Sundering in the base deck. You've got cards that stop your opponent using abilities when you charge them. I pity the defender who takes a 9 dice charge and the Stark player rolls 4 plus 4 more 6 sixes. It's going to get crazy.
I mean, it's nice to see a unit like this get a keyword such as Critical Blow, to be honest with you. From what it was, which is literally just Berserkers further, to getting, obviously got both, but just having Critical Blow, I think, is a nice kind of add to the unit.
it's definitely the funniest one to give them. So I like that.
Moving on to the next one, which this is the last kind of revealed card for the Starks anyway, is the She-Bears. Even though I've put Umber Berserkers in the title.
I think we'll figure it out. Yeah, interesting. These guys have almost gone back to what they used to be. So they used to put out a panic and a vulnerable token with the old war cry, and they now also put a panic and vulnerable token out. The morale test is based on their ranks. So it's -1 for each of the She-Bears' remaining ranks. So it could be a -3 test. And the other big change is that they hit on a 3+, which makes their attack much more reliable.
Yeah.
I think we will see them. They were traditionally a home for Rickon and Osher because Warcry was benefiting from their +1 morale. I think that's not necessarily the case anymore. And they have an additional interesting ability to basically, it's almost like the old rally banner that's we'll see has left the Tully Cavaliers. So now when they attack, they can restore a wound or remove a condition from a friendly in long range, which could of course be them, which sort of means you can never weaken them. But it also means they can, it's almost like a similar sort of to rally cry, slightly less potent rally cry. You can, you can do a little heal. And for each condition token on the defender that you are targeting, you can repeat this. So you could be healing multiple wounds or getting rid of multiple conditions. So condition tokens, sorry. So it could even be that it's like better than what am I thinking of? Rally banner, is that the term? The word? Yeah, the healing 2 wounds.
Yeah.
Similar sort of effect, slightly more versatile. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think for 6 points, a unit that can heal other units and remove tokens is cool, and also put 2 tokens out. So yeah, if you want some token play, I think this is your unit.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on to the other cards that got released that obviously we didn't know about previously. The first two are Stark Outriders and the Great Axes.
Yes. So the Outriders, I absolutely love this change. They were already an interesting unit because they bought tactical reposition, but a slightly unreliable attack hitting on a 4. Their attack going to a 3-up, I think, is big. That's a big change. So they're already a unit that's fast, good at getting into the flank. So that's significant. Can't be shut down so easily by a weakened token. And more of a threat when they're hanging around your opponent's flank. And then they bring this excellent order that I think really sort of encapsulates the Stark play style in a cool way. So the order's called Scout Terrain. It's an order I'd never seen before. I think this is a brand new order for Season 7. So when a friendly battlefield unit in long range activates, which is kind of a cool trigger because you can also do start of turn stuff, until the end of the turn, it can reroll charge distance and ignores terrain penalties. So having that order in faction, you've got the Kranigman survivalist who ignores attachments, who's in a lot of start lists, letting them ignore the important terrain rules when charging. And obviously Stark as a faction is all about getting the charges in, like loads of their cards trigger on charges or melee attacks. And you've got a sword orders built in the deck that can give any unit a charge from swords. So it's just I think it's just a really nice order that just, combines really well with their other abilities. And it also helps fix a bit of a problem in the game that in terms of like bad play experiences, I think the failing a charge, particularly when you need a really low number, or just rolling a 1 on a charge that's an auto in, is a bad play experience. And it's especially bad for Stark because you're often sat on cards that require you to charge or that you want to add on the melee attack. So I think anything Starks have to avoid rolling 1s when they charge is really big for them, and really it makes what they're trying to do, makes their game plan function better and more reliably, and I think that's a really good thing. So for me, this is one of my absolute favorite changes in Season 7 when I was going through these factions. I thought that is just a spot on order to give Starks on a great unit. Just fits the themes so well. I think it's a really, really cool bit of game design, that.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd interject, which I'm not going to claim that I came up with this idea, because it was actually Mickey Mazaraf that was mentioning about it on Tawny Ground, was it says it ignores all terrain penalties. Well, would that include palisades?
Um, what an interesting.
I think there might be an FAQ just to say no, to be honest with you. But I think it's a very interesting point because it says ignores all terrain penalties. Well, that technically is a penalty. So can they just go through palisades?
Yeah, the word penalty is an interesting one, isn't it? Like, what is a penalty? I think that's a non-defined term in the rulebook. That'd be my guess. Yeah, I don't
Again,
know. It's
could be
not
a change.
but yeah, maybe that'll get FAQ'd. I think for now it would be completely reasonable to not charge your units through palisades and assume that's the clarification will uh, vindicate you for not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure, if you want to try that on in a tournament, then good luck with the TO.
Sorry,
In
I'll
terms
let
of
you
great
carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of great axes, this is quite a small change. We mentioned it a little bit already when we talked about the Wardens. So their weakening of the defender. So after they attack, they weaken the defender. That's now automatic, nothing to do with the defender rolling ones, like it used to be. Sorry, no, it used to be based on if their ranks was it if they had only one remaining rank. That was it. But it's basically just less conditional, which I think is good, and it's one less thing to remember. That ability, I must have played. How many games I played with Umber Great Axes? Like maybe getting on for sort of 20. They're a unit I really, really enjoyed when I was playing Starks.
Yeah.
And I genuinely, this happened once, and I remember it happening once the old way, because I remember thinking like, wow, it's finally happened. I finally weakened a unit with this ability that's like incredibly conditional. So yeah, it's nice that it just happens a bit more reliably. And then Prey on Fear as opposed to Furious Assault is interesting.
I think it's brilliant.
It's cool. I think it lets them sort of grind a bit, which they're very good at. They're already a very, very good unit at grinding because they basically ignore defense dice or almost ignore defense dice.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And the other big change, it's a bigger change than it looks, but them going to 7 dice on full ranks that is significant, I think, because of how potent their attack is. I think they were already a really cool unit. I think this just makes them even better. Yeah, and maybe a bit less. You're not planning on the panic so much, which is maybe again just more reliable. I'd rather have the extra die, I think, than panicking the enemy overall. It's just more consistent. Yeah, great. Just nice little improvement. Again, surprised to see them. I was surprised to see both the Umber units, to be honest. I think they were already being played quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I loved the Great Axes when I had my fling with the Starks. But yeah, they're certainly a unit. Like you say, I mean, they're 7 on 4s, but with the heal, it makes them far more durable in combat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bringing us up to the next slide, your favourite unit, Stark Bowman, and also the Tully Cav.
I don't know why you think they're my favourite unit. Stark Bowman, prior to this update, I think you could make pretty strong argument it was either them or the Stormcrow Bowman that were the worst ranged unit in the game at 6 points for sure anyway. Yeah, this is a real glow up. I mean, they're a very different unit now. It doesn't look like much, but I think it's huge. So they can now put a vulnerable token out in long range at the start of any turn, and additionally, for that turn, the enemy cannot be targeted by tactics cards or use orders, which is really potent. So you can now shoot someone, they'll be vulnerable. You're ignoring maybe resilience would be an amazing. That's probably like your best case. And they're not playing cards. So this is awesome. They still ignore line of sight like they used to, and they gained precision. So their damage output just got way better, just way, way better in this season. And I think it's fair, frankly, like compared to all the other 6 point ranged units. I think they now compete. I think they're now, you can talk about them in the same breath as the Martell Skyreach Bowman, for example. It's a similar sort of style, I guess, of play. Yeah, it's cool. It's a great change. We'll see them more. I think it's cool that Starks don't have to take Golden Company crossbows in lots of lists, which they used to do. And then probably the most controversial one. I think season 7, you could say, with the exception maybe of the Cassidy Rock Honor Guard, I think guess maybe Balon, but we'll get to that. I think a lot of the nerfing hasn't been quite as we were promised this sort of like mostly buffs and only minor like nerfs to things that need them. I think a lot of start players will be fairly unhappy with this change, but the rest of the community playing the game are going to be thrilled. So Tully Cavaliers have lost Rally Banner,
Yeah.
which means they are no longer this sort of insanely tanky unit that heals 2 every time it passes a morale when you've got the Winterfell Guardian in there. And obviously Stubborn Tenacity is an ability that the Winterfell Guardian, is that the right? Am I saying that right? I think he's the Winterfell Guardian, not the Winterfell Guard. Stubborn Tenacity is an ability that he used to give the unit anyway, so I think you're now also thinking twice about, like, am I getting value putting this guy in just for Dauntless? So that's interesting. They're now more of a sort of earnest Lance Cav unit in that after they charge, they're 3-up armor, sure, but they're not this sort of monstrously tanky thing that they once were. They have Stubborn Tenacity now, which is cool, so a bit of damage when they pass the morale.
Yeah.
But I think this puts them back into the role of Lance Cav, which is to be this very threatening, scary charge that once it has charged, needs to have either swung the tide of the battle with its charge, or it needs to think about getting out of combat and recharging again later in the round, which is how most Lance Cav behave. I don't think Lance Cav are sort of supposed to charge you and then grind you down over the course of many rounds. So yeah, I think that's a positive change for the game.
One thing I wanted to actually ask you, Tom, is something that
sure.
we've spoke about, yet again, local meta, and a shout out to Steve Molesley, the old wolf, because he was the actual one that came up with this idea. Obviously, you get the free attachment points, right? Which obviously the Winterfell Guardian he's got 2 things that can fit, but now only 1. How would you see, say, the Fortune Seeker now going into this unit? It does make it a 9-point unit, but you get Dauntless, but you also get Motivated by Coin.
I think I'm not super inspired by that just because I'm motivated by Coin.
Because you're healing one still, so you kind of restore like what it was doing before.
Yeah, I guess you do to an extent. Yeah, I mean, fine. Yeah, go for it. I just think to me, it's really hard to put the neutral attachments. It's really hard to pay the point for the neutral cav attachment. Like when you have free attachments, if so many lists now don't pay any points for any attachments, they just spend the full free points. That's sort of the way, I would say that's generally the way most lists are built these days. So yeah, difficult to justify. I don't think I would run it personally. But I mean, Steve is a great player. He's great with Starks, and if he thinks that could work, then he should try it because I'm not the right person to lecture him on how to run 20 candidates.
No, fair enough. Yeah, as I say, as a long-time Stark player, I was just on a personal note, I was quite interested to see how you thought about that.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. Yeah, I think probably I wouldn't is the honest answer. I can't justify the point cost, to be honest. That's my take.
Okay. All right, no worries. Moving on now to the NCU changes with the Starks. First up, we've got Eddard Stark and Roderick Cassell.
Oh, right. I'll try and keep this reasonably succinct because I'm kind of excited about this. So, okay, Eddard Stark goes to 3 tokens. He hasn't changed. He just went to 3 tokens.
Yeah.
Okay, he's 6 points. Are you getting enough value out of just 3 tokens? You could argue it's a bit heavy-handed. I think with 4, he was very, very strong. The mistake people make with this guy is they use the tokens to not fail panic tests, and I think wherever possible you want to be spending all of them to heal, because then he just does a monstrous amount of healing.
Yeah.
I think the reason this nerf is good, you could argue he should maybe be 5 points now, but the reason I think this nerf is good is it's a really boring game when you play into this and your Stark opponent just nothing dies. It's just like it's one of those play experiences that I think it's not really bad, but it's just a bit kind of like dull for your opponent. You attack a unit and it just constantly just like heals and heals and heals.
Yeah.
So I get it. I think it's maybe necessary. I think perhaps he should have gone to 5. I think it's debatable. I think we'll see him quite a lot less. Okay, yeah, that's Ed. It's a small nerf. You start players will decide whether he's still worth 6 points or not. He was very popular before, so I think he will still see some play. Right, Rob Stark, King in the North, has had a total change. He used to do this. Sorry, we're on
I'll go
Roderick
to that. Yeah,
Cassell.
on Roderick
It's
at the
okay.
moment.
Sorry, that's cool. Roderick Cassell, I absolutely love. I think he's a brilliant NCU. I've played this one game with him today. But this is, I can't think of a more stark NCU than this. I think he's awesome. So every time he claims a zone, he makes somebody vulnerable. That's just brilliant. Doesn't matter what zone he claims. Love it. Who doesn't want to shower their enemy in vulnerable tokens, especially when you're a faction that wants to like really decisively do charges. And Starks are really hurt by, I think like having an unlucky charge where either you get a 1 and you can't play your cards, or you just whiff a dice roll can really hurt them, because I think more than other factions, whether or not you win or lose can come down to like a few critical charges. So having a vulnerable on the enemy is great in case they just get super lucky on their defense die roll. And then his other abilities, 3 order tokens you can use after a melee attack to reroll dice. And I just think, again, this is great for those critical moments where you need the attack to come off. Maybe you've just spent assault orders, or maybe it's that really crucial charge, and you've played you might have played 2 or 3 different cards on this attack, so you just need it to work. So having this, 3 times a game you can reroll if you get super unlucky on the dice is great. Just makes your whole game plan more consistent. I think it's a really cool NCU. And I think it's quite fun. I enjoyed it. It's fun, and there is some skill to knowing when is the right moment to use one of those tokens, right? Like it's an interesting decision to make. Do I really need this one to land? Should I be spending one of these tokens there? It's good. Yeah, great NCU. Really
Excellent.
good fun.
Okay. Which now brings us on to probably the one you're probably more excited to talk about, I imagine, with Rob Stark.
Well, it's definitely the weirdest one. I think Roderick's he's Bay. I like Roderick. He's cool. Roderick makes me want to go and play Stark. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's just such a cool NCU. Rob Stark, such a weird change. Fascinating. So he used to do this bizarre version of Outflank,
Mm-hmm.
which was it was odd. It was strange. He then later in season 6 gained this additional influence, and he's now had just a total rework. So what he does now for 5 points, it's really odd. So he influences a friendly unit or an enemy unit. In either case, if the opposing player, so the Stark's opponent, doesn't control Crown, then the friendly unit gets +1 to hit and sundering, and the enemy unit would suffer -1 to hit and become vulnerable after they attack. So those are nice buffs. Like +1 to hit and sundering is big. -1 to hit and the enemy become vulnerable is also nice. It's just a very unusual trigger for Starks that it's about their opponent not controlling Crown. So Stark are not a faction that wants to claim Crown themselves for any reason at all. So does a Stark player want to, I don't know, put Rob on Crown, for example, and do this? Well, I did actually do that in the game today, for an attack where having +1 to hit and sundering was massive. So it's very situationally powerful, I think. But it's a very difficult one, I think, for the Stark player to make work. And for 5 points, I'm not convinced we'll see loads of it. It's got the classic problem Stark have as well, in that you can't play Rob with Ed. There's loads of this in Stark. You need this person to play this person. You can't play this person with this person. And Ed's great. There's a great NCU for Ed. Ed Commander's probably the best commander in the faction. Og was one of the best commanders in the game, let's be honest. So I think we won't see loads of Rob just because of his point cost and because he doesn't work with Ed. But it's a very interesting, powerful, but also difficult to pull off piece. I think where you do see him, you'll see him with Baelish, perhaps just to help block the opponent on Crown. But yeah, it's a weird one. But what I did today, which was very cool, is you can claim. Very fun. Sorry, I'm not calling myself cool. I'm saying it was a fun play to do. You put Rob on the Crown. You play assault orders, and then you influence the friendly unit, right? And this is kind of cool. yeah, whether whether that means he gets played, I don't know. Yeah, intriguing. In a
Okay,
word.
no worries. So yeah, I mean that kind of wraps up Starks. I'll move on to now. If anyone knows me, my biggest love, which is obviously the Martells. The first card and only card that was leaked for them was the Darkstar Retinue. Their attack profile improved from 764 to now 765. Still have Overrun, still have Fueled by Slaughter, but Scimitar got Sundering added, which was quite nice to see. I mean, usually these guys, if we're honest, are kind of going into the side or relatively like something like that. Still 6 movement, still hitting on 3+, 5/5. I didn't mind the update with this. Yeah, I mean, I know between yourself, Tom, and I, we never quite agreed on Darkstar Retinue. You didn't like them, whereas I did. But yeah, I'd certainly use these still.
Yeah, it's a big deal for Starks to get Sundering on a unit. That's something. Starks, sorry, Martell. That's something I wasn't expecting for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean, they've always had bad saves, but they are like the quintessential glass cannon, aren't they? They always have been.
Well, they are now. I would argue they weren't. I felt like they were a glass chisel or something, but they're a glass cannon now. Yeah, definitely.
Joe, have you used Darkstar Retinue at all?
Joe only plays, the super cheesy double sand skirmisher, double Skyreach bowman thing.
Which, to be fair, will bring us on, I think, in the next slide here anyway, which is the Sand Skirmishers, which I'm not going to lie has made me quite sad as a Martell lover. I think
Brad.
this is the unit that's been done the worst. Like it needed nerfing. I'll agree that with anybody, but it just feels like these guys have had a part of their soul ripped out. They're worse on the attack. Hitting on 4+ now, not 3+. Still same attack profile. Essentially, what they've done is swap the range and the melee for what they can hit on, whether it be a 3+, 4+. This isn't a melee unit. It never has been. I mean, the fact they've put them saving on 5s now as well. I don't. I mean, fair enough. They're an archery unit. I kind of understand giving them a 5. But I would have kept the archery the same myself. Still's got quick fire, but it's lost scout openings, which is a big one for us. I know, obviously, the meta saw a lot of 2 Sand Skirmishers played. You wouldn't really see a Martell list without at least one of these units, right? Yeah, I was genuinely quite sad. It felt like Martells have been done a bit dirty there. On the flip side of that, obviously we have the Sunspear Dervishes, which are now hitting on 3s. They've still got Swift Strike. The Dervish Blades. What changed with that? So they get crit blow on the charge rather than having to wait for the activation, which is quite nice. Especially when you've got the Swift Retreat in there. It's kind of like the High Garden. What do you call them? Riders. Riders are High Garden. So I got the wrong way around. They're essentially like an infantry unit of that. And obviously they've kept elusive escapes as well, which is always helpful. So know you can make someone weakened, etc. I think Dervishes needed a change because let's be honest, I think you and I can both agree on this, Tom, that I didn't take them, you didn't take them. They were pretty pointless unit.
Yeah, they were tough. The hitting on a 3 is big though. That was really their problem before, I think, was that just hitting on 4, you were just missing too often. So I think it's a big deal hitting on a 3. I think they will now definitely see play, and I'm really happy about that because I think this unit really suits the Martell play style. This like hit and run is cool, outmaneuvering your enemy, being fast, elusive escape. It's a great unit that I wanted to play when I was playing Martell. Like I wanted this unit to work out. because it gives you some cool options. And the skirmishers is a bit sad. It does feel heavy-handed, Brad. I feel for you, mate. I know you're.
Well, you know, like you put in the last video, I am a Martell simp, and I will put my hands up to that. You know, my love is in Dawn. I think the only real way to make sand skirmishers work now, on a personal note, is I think you've got to take the Spear Lord, because their attack profile is, you know, is its attack profile. It's always been like that. But I think you need Edric Dane in there as well for the rerolls. I think that's the best way you can make them work.
Just think they won't see play though, unfortunately.
Yeah, you might see the odd one.
Yeah, but what kind of unit are they? Like,
yeah, I think they will see. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Short range for, I just can't see it, to be honest. I think it's just a really heavy-handed nerf. And
yeah, I mean, if they've got skirmisher, so I suppose if you partner that with a high hermitage sentinel, obviously you've still got that immense movement. But then again, doesn't the high hermitage sentinel allow you to pivot before a march anyway? Saying that.
It does, yeah.
So you're going to be trying to make use of Pathfinder, which is obviously let's stick some stakes down, stick them on it so they can't get charged. Yeah, they're not like dead in the water, but you just don't you won't see them in a lot of competitive lists now. I think it's fair to say.
I don't think so, yeah. Which has a huge impact on the faction, because I think Martell's place in the pecking order of factions and how well, you know, this is a game with really fantastic balance between the factions. Neutrals aside, like the inter-faction balance in Song has been so strong for so long. It's really like one of the ways in which this game, I think, stands out compared to other competitive tabletop games. And this affects Martell big time. Like their place in the pecking order was relying on the fact that, like you said, almost every tournament list was like 1 minimum, 2 probable, 3 possible units of sand skirmishers. So yeah, what do Martells look like? How do they play? And how good are they as a faction now that they are not bringing 1 to 3 sand skirmishers in every list? Is going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah, I mean, essentially they've kind of changed the identity of Martell in a sense, because obviously they were the ranged army, which is now Baratheon.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
It just seems a bit odd. I mean, let's be honest, you're going to see probably Skyreach Bowmen now more than you're going to see sand skirmishers. Not that you didn't see the Bowmen before, because I mean they're a phenomenal unit still. I'd certainly put Skyreach Bowmen in my army, but I don't know if they're. Obviously, it was the move shenanigans that you had with the sand skirmishers, which you're not going to get with the Bowmen.
Yeah, time will tell.
Yeah, exactly. Moving on, the next unit was the Dune Vipers. I am glad what they've done here, because when they changed to Season 6, they actually removed Disrupt from this unit, but now they've put it back in. I mean, that's pretty much the only change for it. Still hitting on the same numbers, still doing the weaken, still doing the gang up. But just to be able to weaken someone and still have that Disrupt, to know that they're not just going to die to a stiff breeze, I think is going to be really beneficial, especially in a Martell. You know, when you've got Dune tactics and saying, right, roll your lowest dice.
Yeah, it's a funny change, right? Because they had this before.
Yeah.
Then they went to 5 points and lost it, and now they stay at 5 points and get it back. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, as for 5 points, I think, because I think they originally were 6, weren't they, when they went down to 5 and lost Disrupt.
That's right. Yeah.
So I don't dislike this change. I think it'll be quite good. You know, it's going to have a lot of benefit in the army.
Yeah, I think they're great, actually. I think for 5 with Disrupt, they're a really strong 5-point unit.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know, looking at it objectively, you could say sand skirmishers will then be hitting on 2s. Might make it better. I don't know.
Huge. Yeah, gang up is huge. You're right. Gang up's a big deal. Like, it's a big deal.
Yeah. Which brings us to probably the more important side of Martells, which is the NCUs. I've personally got mixed feelings. I'd be interested to know your opinions on this as well, Tom. But Ariana, if we start off with her, so she needs to ideally now control either the Crown or the Water Gardens. I will be honest with you, after this update, if I was, you know, when I play Martells, I probably won't be running Water Gardens anymore, because I don't think Doran's that good. And also having to control something using the water gun seems kind of counter. What I'm trying to say. It's kind of counterbalancing. At the same time, obviously, her things that she can do now is obviously she can either turn off an attachment, which she's been able to do already, but we've lost I say we, Martells have lost. You can turn off the orders side of things, which is always nice against something like shield wall, something like that. But the other thing, if you're controlling the crowns or the water guns with her, you can reduce a rank by 1, but if it's the crowns or the water guns, it's automatically lowest dice. So it's a bit like having Dune tactics constantly. Which, yeah, considering it's pushing in a melee direction, I don't think. I'm not sure about Ariana. Is the honest answer. I think she's had some adding on, and she got cheaper as well. Was she 5 points before? Yes, she was. So I can see her still being played, but I just don't like the idea of having to control zones with water gardens. It doesn't feel like it works.
I could offer a slightly more optimistic perspective. If
Yeah,
you
go
took
for it.
Ariana in season 6, you were paying 5 points, and what you did almost every single time was turn off the attachment abilities. Occasionally, on the right unit, you would turn off orders, but mostly you turned off an attachment every round. And a lot of Martell players, myself included, were happy to pay 5 points to do that.
Oh yes, yeah.
4 points, you can still do that, and it's absolutely as good as it ever was. You just now have this additional thing you can do, which I think, again, it depends, it's situational, but on the times where you do claim crown, and I agree that water guns is not going to be seen very much at all anymore, it's nice to have. So I think overall, I much prefer this version of Ariana Martell because she's a point cheaper. That's the headline for me,
Yeah.
and she still does the thing she was doing most of the time. Okay, I'll occasionally miss the mirror. Well, I won't, because in the mirror you were just turning off sand skirmishers orders, and you don't need to do that anymore because they won't be on the table. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
very
think
good
the big
point.
news is the point reduction. Like she's going to do the same shit as before, but
Yeah.
cheap.
I
So,
mean, one that's kind of grown on me a little bit is the changes to Nymeria. To be fair, she's kind of had a complete rework. And I think after kind of at first I was like, oh, this could be play around. There's ways to stop this. But actually, looking at it in a bit more in depth, it gives you a lot of control on the tactics board, and the influence side of things. It's similar, yet it's not. If you know what I mean. Um, I think you'll probably see a lot more of Nymeria on the table. Because as I say, the more your opponent puts off, they get that thing, don't they? And obviously, if they don't, you just keep claiming and get to the point you want to be at. My biggest gripe, if you want to call it, is if you compare what she's doing on her influence, which is obviously depending on how many zones are controlled, and you compare that to something like Stag's Fury, which beforehand you had to wait for particular rounds to get things, and now you can just choose what you want. I would have preferred to been able to choose what I wanted. But yeah, how have you made this kind of update, kind of with Nymeria?
oh, why? Again, much more optimistic. Hang on, let me get my words out because in some ways it's not optimistic. So I think this will probably change. So, I think in the same way that the free folk chariots and the Lightbringers are probably going to get I hope are going to get nerfed soon. I'm kind of expecting this to also get nerfed. Most rounds, typically in most rounds, all the NCUs claim the zones on the board before units start doing things and activating. That's obviously not always true. But it's very nice to have an NCU who likes going later in that process. Like a lot of NCUs want to do their thing as soon as possible. Ariana's a good example, right? Like you want to get her on the board as soon as possible so you can turn off an attachment before it does something. So having an NCU that wants to go later, I think, is always positive, or just having an NCU that doesn't want to go immediately is good. And this is, I mean, the tactics board fills every round when you play Martell because you're always running 3 NCUs in my at least in my view and the way I played them. So this is just a lot of stuff to give a unit, right? So every single round before it activates, more or less, I'm gonna say, you give vicious, crit blow, rerolls, and +2 dice. I think it's really, really powerful, and I wouldn't be too surprised if it actually gets changed. I have much more optimistic outlook, almost to the point of pessimism, because I kind of think this might get tweaked, or she might go to 5 points or something.
So
But
maybe
good to
I've
see,
read
because
this
in
wrong then.
6 she was so bad.
Sorry,
Go
yeah,
on,
sorry to interject. Like because on the card it doesn't say it's a cumulative, does it? So I
Uh,
read that as you get that one line when you influence.
oh, sorry, I see. No, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I had interpreted it that they get these bonuses based on the number of enemies on the zones. Okay, if they're not cumulative, I agree. Then it's really quite different, isn't it? So what? So if the board is full, they get +2 attack dice. That's it. They don't get the other things.
Yeah, I mean, reading the card a couple of times. I mean, by all means, anyone out there in internet land can tell me I'm wrong. But
Oh, fair.
yeah,
I think
because it used to have, like a bit like with Rising Temps per se, where it's a cumulative. There's no suggestion on there that you get all of those things.
fair. No, I think you're right, Brad. Actually, the more I reread that card, the more I think you're right. So then I guess timing it to get the ability you want is going to be quite difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at per
Yeah.
se, put in Dark Star Retinue with Doran Commander, so it'll give you the Ario Hota attachment. Say putting Nymeria on top of that, you are rolling what 12 dice.
Yeah, I mean, plus, so I
Sorry,
feel like.
guys, just to interrupt.
Go on, Drew.
So I think it's saying round 1 plus, round 2 plus. So I think it's, you're getting it so long as you're past round 1, i.e., you get vicious from round 1 onwards. So it is cumulative.
But it's not the round, right? It's based on the number of zones that are controlled.
Yeah.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, number of
Yeah.
zones. So if you control 1 plus, i.e., 1 or more zones.
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it, but it doesn't say cumulative, so now I'm second guessing.
Yeah, again,
Okay.
maybe an FAQ
Why,
will come out.
Yeah,
why would
maybe.
the plus be there if it didn't mean cumulative? What's the
Yeah,
plus mean if it doesn't mean cumulative?
Very true. Very true. Yeah,
I mean,
as I said, if they could have some
if we go,
clarification.
but if we go with that interpretation, right, isn't it busted? Because I think most rounds this becomes relevant when the board is full.
Mhm.
And so most times the unit is getting all of those benefits. That seems really strong for 4 points. Like,
I mean, it's once per round, though, right? Because it's not getting enough swords, so it's getting it off its normal attack, and it's
yeah,
not got, which you could argue is the key Martell keyword, which is sundering. It doesn't have sundering on there, so I think it is strong, but I'm not sure it's busted.
Another question I would probably raise is when obviously it's an influence, right? But it says while influencing a combat unit. It's not when it influences it. So potentially, could you claim swords first thing, put this card out with Nymeria, and then as the round goes on, it becomes a bigger threat to your opponent because obviously the more they put
exactly.
on, the better they become.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you could swords with vicious, and then when they activate later, very good chance they have all the bonuses, because
Yeah,
generally you'll activate after the board is full, right?
yeah. Because I suppose what you're trying to do, so to speak, is just get your opponent to pass with those NCUs.
Yeah, seems really good to me, but maybe I'm over-egging it.
Yeah, I say,
Because
yeah,
as one you like to play and get a feel for, seems
absolutely.
really
Yeah, no, I
strong.
totally agree with you.
Mm.
Going on to the last slide for NCUs is Dora Martell, who has once again had a complete rework. And yeah, it's based on the game round. You get access to more options, right? Um,
Yeah.
I can't see a viable play for Doran at all in season 7. I think you're just going to see him as commander now. But I could be wrong. Someone out there might, find a use for him that I can't. But I just don't see a reason why you would take the Water Gardens anymore.
I think it's worth remembering that the Water Gardens are a really strong counter to like Lannisters. I think there's still place for him for that matchup, but I agree for
Hmm.
5 points. these abilities are not amazing. They're not, they're not like really inspiring me to pay 5 points to bring this NCU. And the Water
Yeah.
Gardens, as we know, is such a double-edged sword.
Yes.
So
it hurts Martells
it's
as well
like,
as playing for them, right?
well, it does, yeah. And I mean, I think into Lannister, you're confident that it's hurting them more than you, and into
Yeah.
most other factions, you're really not sure.
Yeah. No, that's quite true. I
So
mean, like when there's that Greyjoy card, and I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember. Someone might remember out there that could type in for me. But it says like when your opponent or you control either bags or swords or whatever it might be, that they get X, whether that be precision or vulnerable or whatever it might be. It's good against things like that.
mm,
I
But
think
yeah,
it's not bad. It's not terrible. If you think about, there are people out there. There's NCUs out there that sort of do. I mean, what does Walder do? It does Does she do two wounds per round? Two wounds per activation plus
activation.
once a game.
Hmm.
So if you even pick just a round 2 guy, Thorn Martell essentially does 2 wounds every time he claims a zone, heal 2 wounds every time he claims a zone. So that's a clear 4-point NCU, right? Just doing that effect, if nothing else, an additional 2 wounds healing every time you claim a zone is a 4-point NCU, right?
Yeah.
I think, or it's close to a 4-point NCU. Round 4, if you take him round 4 every time, you're doing 3 hits. If there's a dog on the board or something, you're going to probably kill that dog by round 3. It's not amazing at 5, but it's not terrible.
I mean, obviously, I would personally use Doran more when I was using someone like Oberyn, because obviously you want to get those vulnerables on the unit you've poisoned, and also the old card, obviously you could dedicate another wound. Like the fact that they've even lost that you take a wound, you just take hits now, which is essentially a Varys. Um, I just want, yeah, I always liked having that dedicated wound. It wasn't overpowered in my opinion. I mean, it's annoying when that unit's on one wound, even if it isn't poisoned, and obviously you take it and it's dead. Um, but yeah, as I say, like I'm gonna miss Doran in this season.
If
yeah,
you
that
think
old.
about Varys, sorry, if you think about Varys, let's say for example, Varys has 5 points. He's got 4 tokens, so in theory, you could do 3 hits 4 times a game.
Hmm.
Thorin can do 3 hits 6 times a game.
Not now, he
Because
can't.
you can do it on round 4 and then 5 and 6 in theory, right?
Oh, sorry, it's round, not isn't it? I was thinking it was claimed.
Yeah,
No, beg your
yeah.
pardon.
I mean, if
Right.
you could pick like the old season 6 card could, even if you disregard obviously the token side of things, if he gets 2 for water gardens, etc., etc. If you could pick one of those, which goes back to my Stag's Fury kind of thing, it'd be nice that you could go right. I want to take this. Like if he's the second,
Yeah.
for argument's sake, if he's the second NCU to claim the board, he can claim 2 things, or if he's the last, he can do 5 or something, or 4 maximum. I just think it'd still give it that flavour.
Brad, I do agree with you on this one. He does suck.
Sorry.
Go for it. Yeah, go.
Sorry, just before we move on, one point on Doran as well is you need to take Doran to take Area Hotar. Area Hotar brings Battle Plan. Battle Plan's huge in Martell. So like, if you're not going to bring this NCU, are you not playing Battle Plan Hotar? Because that I think is just to add a bit of context, like for anyone listening or watching later.
Yeah, I mean,
That's quite
let's be honest though. As a Martell player, like a lot of your tactics cards, you don't want to dump. I can name 2, but you're wanting to get them into the hand so you can draw the card you want, which most of the time, let's be honest, is Rising Temps, right?
Well, yeah, the thing of I get what you're saying, but the Martell deck is, in my view, it contains some of the best and worst cards in the game, basically. Like Superior Positioning and Sand Diplomacy are dreadful, but
Yep.
Rising Temps and Cunning Ploy are arguably two of the best tactics cards in the game, right? So
Yeah.
for me, Battle Plan was very powerful because it lets me trade the chaff for the really fantastic card. So I just, it feels, feels very significant that you might see less Hotar, and that just as a consequence of Doran changing was like worth highlighting. Because I think a lot of people who don't play Martell won't maybe appreciate that this means less area Hotar.
Yeah.
as
Well, I mean, you could still play potentially Doran Commander, and have Ario win. Which I'll be honest with you, like looking across a few of these cards, tell me if I'm wrong, but there seems to be a lot more swing towards the crown.
What, the Martell cards?
Well, just in general, I've seen a few kind of cards across the
Oh,
board, which, like you've just said, with Stark, and I'm trying to think of the other ones we've covered already. But there seems to be more of an emphasis on crown nowadays. I know it's probably the most underused zone on the tactics board.
yeah.
Yeah, the last few patches they have been trying to give people a reason to take crowns, and I think that's continued.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's because it was so under. It was kind of regarded as the worst zone, right? I think it still is basically regarded as the worst zone in terms of its effect. So there has to be like other reasons to take it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right.
I
Yeah.
wonder if we're going to see a lot more kind of Peter Baelish in this season, only because of claiming a zone and still being able to do the things on the other areas, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, maybe I love Baelish. You can see me play
Yeah,
Baelish
I
just
think,
as much as I did in season 6, I think.
yeah. So that kind of concludes everything about the Martells. So next up, we'll go to Greyjoy, which Joe was for yourself. Yet again, we'll go through the reveal cards first. First one being the Drowned Men.
Okay, I'll speed through the units because I think the NCUs are more interesting. So
Yeah.
drowned men basically have got a slight improvement, a slight buff. Sorry, Brad, has it moved on the slide? Oh, there we go. Yeah, perfect.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's a bit of a delay. Sorry.
So I think they actually got nerfed in season 6, just to make them slightly less of a roadblock, and now they've sort of undone that. So they're back to being a bit more of a roadblock. 4 wounds. Morale's improved slightly. Otherwise, they're pretty similar. I think people would still basically using these as a roadblock that heals, but I think at 3 wounds that they were in season 6, they were just too fragile. So
Yeah.
I think we'll start seeing them again. I mean, this has the same problem as all the sort of monster and war machine type cards, and you can't put attachments in them. I still think attachments is a problem at the moment, and that we've got too many attachment points. It makes units like this unplayable. But they're better. We might start seeing these guys again because they basically disappeared from season 6.
Yeah.
I think you're right. The root cause of why they disappeared hasn't changed, so I don't think we'll see them that much.
Okay. Next, the other revealed unit that we got was the Silenced Men.
Yeah. Again, a buff to the Silenced Men. So Silenced Men were a core part of Greyjoys until the Iron Victory crew came out, and then Silenced Men sort of disappeared a bit. The current version of Silenced Men have some interesting tricks that might bring them back into the game. So previously they had Sundering and then additional -1 defense dice if they have 2 pillage tokens. They now can only be blocked on a 6 if they've got 2 pillage tokens. So all those 3-up elite 7-point units that we see across the game were saving on 5s against a 2 pillage token Silenced Men, and they're now saving on 6s. That's quite nice. So you can use these guys like you use the Umber Great Axes or similar units. I'm sure there's others out there, Pyromancers maybe, so they can crack open the grip armor units. But they've also been given an improvement to dealing panic damage. So now any enemy that activates while engaged with them makes a panic test. And they also have -1 to morale test. So I would say they've moved into a cracking open elite infantry space because the elite infantry are unlikely to fail these -1 morale tests, -1 panic tests. But if you do happen to have them stuck into it with, chaff, which their, great axes aren't really going to do much to anyway, They got a bit more panic damage. So yeah, I think we might see the Science Men again. I think it'd be nice to see them again, rather than double Iron Victory Crew and everything. They've definitely got a role, and I think the benefit they have over things like Grey Taxes is that they can also deal with chaff.
I mean, the only thing I can see them falling down on with the whole silence infamy thing is, for argument's sake, like a tally cav. So, like, you put that test on them. Argument's sake, they pass it. They're doing stubborn tenacity, so you're kind of hurting yourself. But also, like, if they do take the Winterfell Guard just for that Dauntless, you're also healing them.
Yeah, it's definitely a consideration. If you think about abilities like we've seen in Bolton recently with Roos, where anyone who activates in long range of Roos, short range, I can't remember what it is, they take a morale test, and if they fail, they get weakened token.
Mm.
The wording on that is they may take a morale test. So you could opt not to give them the morale test. Whereas, yeah, this is they have to take the panic test. So
Yeah.
you're right. There'll be situations where you really wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit
But
like
equally,
we saw it over SGT just briefly with Lucas when he was firing his Lightbringers at, I think it was actually Steve with his Starks, ironically. I think he fired them at Eddard, did a panic test, they failed, and then obviously it kicked off that he had to do another panic test within, is it long range with them as well? And obviously the nearest things were both Tully Cav, one with which needed healing.
yeah, it can trip you up. What I would say though is that probably you're not going to be too sad if you're making Telecab save on sixes.
Yeah, true. I mean, there's obviously on a six, there's still a factor that they can fail, right? Six is just seven's like your average on 2 dice, isn't it? So.
Oh, sorry, Brad. I meant on the defense dice.
Oh, defense dice. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's quite true. Moving on to the cards that got revealed that weren't revealed by other content creators. First up, we've got the Reavers and the Reapers.
So Reavers have got +1 move, and that's it, which I think is fair. I feel like Reavers are always on the cusp of being very playable. And they've got a very good attack profile. Obviously, they can't take a hit, but someone's slamming into you with 7, 8 dice, potentially throw on 2 pillage tokens, vulnerable, and now they can do it at 6 movement. They're not a million miles away from being quite competitive, and you can put Asher Greyjoy in there with Sentinel and Gang up. They become very deadly. So I understand why they've been right. You don't see Reavers; they're starter set unit you don't see, like a lot of the other starter set units. But I feel like they're not a million miles away of being playable. And in some ways, the problem with Greyjoy is that Iron Victory Crew are just a better option when you're looking for an aggressive unit at 1 more point. With 4 up armor, 6 up morale. So will having the extra movement over the Iron Victory Crew make them playable? It's definitely possible. So we might start seeing them again, season 7. I think we should see them again, and it's certainly an 8 activation lists. I think they're good units. Household or Reapers, I think, are going to really struggle to find space in the Greyjoy list. Obviously, Greyjoy is all about angry, hairy men, and Household or Reapers are sort of in the middle there. Would you pick these guys over the cheaper Reavers? Would you pick them over the same cost Iron Victory Crew? Would you pick them over the more expensive Science Men? They're sort of a panic focused unit, and anyone that's played Lannister knows that panic really is just a bonus. You shouldn't play to force the panic. So I think Reapers probably we won't see, but Reavers I think we probably will. Sorry, I didn't say what had happened with the Reapers. They've gained crit blow. I don't think that's enough to bring them into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on, the last unit that got an update, which actually got a complete overhaul, was the Black Tide Chosen.
Yeah, so the Black Tide Chosen have been changed a lot. It's kind of annoying that they don't see much play because they are, I would say, some of the coolest models in the game. They look very badass.
Yeah.
They're the only Greyjoy unit with shield. Not that you particularly know it from their stat profile. So they did some sort of funky pillage stuff previously, and now they're a bit more straightforward. They have sentinel and shield wall now.
Mm-hmm.
So an offensive ability and a defensive ability. I mean, why you bring these units? This is sort of the problem you got again when you got all-rounder units. Why you bring this? Are you bringing them to be a scary, aggressive unit with sentinel? Well, okay, they hit on 4s. Are you bringing them as a defensive unit? And they got four up defense. If there's a way of turning off shield wall, and we've seen just today, there's lots of ways of turning off abilities and orders at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I don't think we're gonna see these guys. I don't know, what is it you're trying to achieve if you brought this unit? It's very tricky to see a place for them at the same points cost as Iron Victory Crew.
Yeah, I must admit, like, just before we move on to the NCUs, the one unit I'm surprised didn't get any attention, considering they were saying about starter set units they wanted to see more on the board, was the Ironborn Bowman. I mean, arguably the worst bow in the game. Why do you think they haven't got any attention at all?
Well, I mean, they are terrible bowmen, but they're also really cheap. So it's, we'll see when we get to Brotherhood Without Banners. Is giving a crap unit more stuff and then making them more expensive actually useful or not? I don't know. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the bowmen. It's really hard to say because there might be a different meta where they are useful at 4 points. Like, they're not bad for 4 points. It's just they're a 4-point unit, so they are bad. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I see what you're aiming at. Right. So moving on now to the NCU cards. Probably an interesting talking point. Obviously, the first one's Balon, and the second one is Morkoro.
Yeah, so these are probably the two most exciting changes, I would say, by far. I mean, Balon NCUs basically dominated the Greyjoy list building for years, and we all speculated about how they would nerf him to stop him being so powerful. And I think every single nerf rather than picking one of them, they picked all of them. So the most important is that he can no longer deploy behind your lines. He has to deploy within long range of the Greyjoy deployment edge, and that by far is the biggest nerf.
Yeah, it needed to happen.
It did need to happen, and I think would say personally that nerf alone, such a big nerf that he would justify now being 5 points. However, they've done an additional nerf, which is that now it's a zone replace effect. But previously, you could activate Balon, bring a unit on, you wouldn't have to take a zone. Now you actually have to take the zone. So anything that interacts with that, Intrigue and Subterfuge in the Lannister deck, or
Nymeria now.
There'll be others. Yeah,
or
exactly.
just if there isn't a zone, right? Like if the board is full. Although, did that stop him doing it before? Maybe I'm wrong, because maybe he wouldn't have been able to do it before. Sorry. I can't remember.
You certainly couldn't pass, could you, if it was a full board? I think you couldn't activate them, to be fair.
Yeah,
but
my bad.
Previously you could have activated and passed or something. I don't know. But basically, like, he can now be stopped in a way he couldn't be stopped before by certain factions and certain cards.
Yeah.
But also, when he brings them on, the worst part about it, they're coming in behind you is no longer possible. So, yeah, I think we're probably not going to see a lot of Balon anymore. Maybe, at the end of the day, it's a 6-point NCU to bring back probably a 7 or 8 point unit. You might still see him, but he's not going to be in every list. So I think it's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, in itself, I think that's quite good because, let's be honest, every time you would play in a tournament, you'd be playing against Victarion, and Balon will be there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like a copy-paste situation.
So I think this has shaken up the Greyjoy meta a lot, and I think it's welcome, and I think it'll be good. And I think in a year's time we'll see Balon go back down to 5 points, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, like for what he is now, I think 5 points is fair.
So Mokoro.
Oh yes, sorry, Mokoro. Yeah,
very interesting. I think this might be a bit of a sleeper NCU. So I quite like Mokoro before. There's two things going on here.
Points. Sorry.
You can't believe it's 4 points.
I can't believe this is 4 points. Yeah.
Well, in some ways he's barely changed. In other ways he's changed absolutely massively. So the first thing is his ability is split into two much clearer sections. Vision in Flames is basically the same, except it now explicitly targets your opponent. And I'm not aware of any ability in the game that targets your opponent. I think that's kind of exciting, as if there's some way of like protecting yourself from being targeted by Mokoro. Maybe Baratheon Selmy can target you and stop him or something. I don't know, but I enjoyed that wording. But it does the same thing. For that turn, you can't play any tactics cards or friendly orders, which has always been a great ability for those key turns where you have to make something happen. And the next ability, Valor's Magic, has changed subtly, but in quite a massive way, I would say. So previously you had to claim a zone, and then you'd replace that with adding an attachment that's been destroyed to a friendly combat unit. And you get these funny situations where, Victarion dies, Balon brings him back, and Mokoro brings back a copy of him. You've got two Victarions running around. And it was kind of funny, but it wasn't really that important. So now it's when a friendly combat unit activates, you may target that unit, and if you do, you place a previously destroyed friendly Greyjoy attachment into that unit, ignoring attachment limits. So, if you're familiar with Greyjoy, you'll know that Victarion has overrun. So basically, now, if Victarion's unit dies, anytime you activate a Greyjoy unit and you think it might kill something, you can use your once per game to add Victarion into that unit and immediately overrun. So if you're playing into Greyjoy now, you have to think about Victarion. If Victarion dies, he can be in any unit at any time and overrun immediately. And I think that is interesting.
Yeah.
Insane. This feels like a 5, maybe even a 6 point NCU to me. I can't believe this is 4 points, but I think Greyjoy's like having a bad time because Balon's sad now, but so whatever. But I mean,
what is dead can die.
So good for 4 points.
I mean, outside of the Victarion random overruns, I think it's less impactful. If you added, I don't know, Sentinel and Gang Up into a unit randomly on activation, it's nice, but it's not going to game change. But yeah, when I saw that you basically just whatever unit you think is about to kill something can immediately overrun, I thought that was strong.
But the top half is also amazing. Like, that terrifies me.
Yeah.
I don't want to not play cards or use any of my orders.
That seems like anti-Martell.
Yeah, it's good.
It was only one turn though, guys. It's not
I know, I know. I like its high skill cap again, but I think like if you time that well, I think it could be very, very good. But yeah, anyway, maybe I'm over-egging it. It's an exciting NCU.
Yeah, absolutely. It brings us on to the last of the NCUs now that was updated in Eric Ironmaker.
This always makes me think of you, Tom, when you talk about the Greyjoy mini game where they try and get pillage on as many of their units as possible before they engage with you. So, I mean, Eric Ironmaker is that guy really, and he's just been buffed. So, effectively, he brings a pillage token immediately onto the field onto one of your units, and then he starts with 2 tokens. And every time he claims a zone, he can put a token out. And if Eric claims bags now, he can add a pillage token to his card and then put it immediately on a unit. So essentially you're probably putting a pillage token out every turn for the first 3 rounds, every round for the first 3 rounds. So by round 3, Eric's put out probably 4 pillage tokens, maybe 5 pillage tokens. So yeah, if pillage tokens are important to you, your guy, he will put them out. You know, is that +1 morale, +1 attack, or whatever the effect is, worth a whole NCU slot? Bit of a question mark, but if you think it is, he now does it without any messing around.
Yeah. So those Iron Makers get to where they want to be, well, turn 1, right?
Yeah, so effectively by the end of round 2, well, at the end of round 1, when the Iron Makers are on full pillage tokens if you bring Eric, and by the end of round 3, 2 Iron Makers could be on full pillage tokens if you bring Eric.
Okay.
But you,
go on, sorry.
well, yeah, I don't know if you'd want this over anything else, though.
Yeah.
Would you want that over Makaro? You'd probably take Makaro, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That moves us on to not beyond the wall, just on it. We'll be with the Night's Watch. So the first and only card to be leaked for them was the Builder Scorpion crew. Tom, if you could take the lead on this.
Yeah, I'll do. Thanks for the overview of Greyjoy, Stuart. I hadn't not read through all of their cards just yet. It's interesting. Yeah, okay. So the Builder Scorpion crew is one of 2 war machines that have both received changes. I think the long and short of this is war machines are still not going to be sort of top tier competitive pieces, but what is really positive about the changes to both war machines are less of, well, none really, of the round 1 getting shot from anywhere on the board and also getting shot even though you're behind the thing that's trying to shoot you. So they've lost the ability to just shoot you from anywhere, no matter if line of sight or range, which I think is really positive for the game. We talked earlier when we talked about the spear throwers, like this is basically just a bad play experience in my view. So that's really positive. Yeah, you can see all the changes on the screen. I'm not sure why the melee attack changed, but whatever. But yeah, so they now perform a very similar role. They're a little bit better now. In terms of the attack, I think it's just a little bit better. But I think the long and short of it is, yeah, they've got to play a bit more earnestly, a bit more honestly, right? They've got to actually see you and get in range of you, which I think is really positive. Not taking wounds for panic tests. This is all across season 7, capping how much damage you can take from a panic test for units that don't have 12 wounds and therefore really suffer from a very unlucky panic test, which I think makes sense. The extra hits per defender rank, extra attack die per defender rank is quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're still pretty brutal into cavalry monsters and war machines. So yeah, I think it's a good change for the game. I think this is the best that war machines in general have, and the Scorpion crew specifically, best state they've been in for the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
but they're still not winning events.
The biggest thing I found, which is actually, I'm going to sound like Mr. Negative, but the thing I found most negative about it for a Night's Watch player, the opponent is brilliant, is that they can now gain condition tokens.
Yeah, I just think that is, and for me, it's part of just pulling them into the actual game space, if that makes sense. They've existed for so long as this thing that's almost just not playing the game. It's a separate thing. It deploys, right on the back of your table edge. I can't put tokens on it. I can't interact with it in any way, and it just shoots me every round. This for me is, I get what you're saying from a balance or a power level point of view, but in terms of bringing these things into the game and making the game overall better, I think it's good that they can gain tokens now.
I mean, I just think I would have added something like precision, just so you, as the opponent, you still have that, I can get you to reroll, but I might be taking precision wounds here.
Oh, but sorry, the defender doesn't roll defense dice, so you've got
Oh, sorry, yes, no, apologies, I forgot about that bit. But yeah. Sorry, I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, no stress, all good.
moving on, the first lot of Night's Watch to be looked at yet again. Both starter sets units are the Swarm Brothers and the Vets.
Yeah, cool. This should be pretty easy. So, like, minor change: the Swarm Brothers gain critical blow. They also gained, lost, gained. They checked their attack die value on the middle rank changed, if I remember. I'm reading my notes here. Yeah, they were 754, and
Yeah, and
so
now
they're
there's
now
765.
765. Yeah, small change. It's simply a buff. They're slightly better now. Crit blow's kind of nice. Yeah, I think they do exactly the same thing they did before. They just do it a tiny bit better.
Mm.
The veterans of the watch have gained life and honor to the watch, and they've gained veterans prowess, which are two rules I certainly wasn't like super familiar with before.
Yeah.
I think the sorry, let's just explain what they are. So life and honor to the watch is if they fail a panic test, it only discards one of the attached Night's Watch tactics cards. And veterans prowess is enemies engaged with units of a -1 to hit. And when each, sorry, yeah, there's a typo in here, isn't there? Each time this unit is attacked with a melee attack for each miss, it's basically disrupt and counter strike like together as a
Yes.
rule. I don't know why it's written that way, but it is. Okay, sorry, back to where we were. So they already had disrupt and counter strike, so that's just a rewording. But the life and honor to the watch is very interesting. So
Yeah.
contextually, where Night's Watch are in the game generally is that their tactics deck is like quite controversial, or it's not very well loved by Night's Watch players, I think for good reason. They have, the problem is, in my view, or the game design problem is that your elite units with good morale failing morale tests and panic tests is already a bad play experience of sorts. Like panic can be quite swingy, and it can feel a bit bad when your guys who are like supposed to be these like veteran guys with 5+ morale fail a panic test and take some wounds. In Night's Watch, though, it gets like compounded by the fact that because their tactics cards can be attached to their units and drop off if they fail panic, it makes this like already kind of, not super fun play experience of your veteran guys failing a panic test. It makes it way worse because then their cards drop off. And it can be frustrating for Night's Watch play at the moment because they can put cards on a unit, and with a bit of bad luck, they never use the effect of the card because it drops off before they get a chance to use it, or like one of their cards like blocks one hit. So like let's say you get attacked once, that card triggers once, so you block a single hit, and then they fail the panic and it drops off. So this life and honor ability is quite nice just as a way of like managing that. And there's a lot throughout the changes here that hints at the fact that the way the Night's Watch deck works isn't going to change even if the cards change. So like this attaching the vows to the units looks like it's here to stay, because we'll see other changes here that interact with that.
Yeah. Now, to be honest with you, I can see Life and Honor going across like more of the elite units, more of your 7-point units. So like looking at your Shadow Tower Spearmen or your Ranger Hunters. Maybe even in the Ranger Vanguard. To be fair, I think I think that makes it a fairer fight for the Night's Watch, because you know that once you've got them to fail a panic test, if they've got 2 or 3, maybe even 4 at a push, vows on a unit, they're not losing everything at once.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Speaking of Ranger Hunters, could that be the next slide?
Well, ironically, no. It's so I've got the stone throwers and the conscripts.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the stone throwers we've mostly kind of covered the impact of their changes when we talked about the Scorpion crew. They still play the game, somewhat differently. So it's interesting. The way their rule now works is that they can target enemy units that are within long range and line of sight of another friendly unit. I think the main impact of that, the way it's been written that way, is that you can't just lob stones at people round 1 from the opposite side of the board. You're going to have to wait until round 2 when enemy units are now visible to your other units and in long range of them. It still means the stone thrower can play like in the back. But again, this brings them just into the game a bit more honestly, I would say. And yeah, the line of sight. The line of sight thing is unchanged, so they still ignore line of sight, but in a way, okay, you could still in theory shoot someone who's like behind you, which I personally don't like. You know, you can still like lob stones at units that the stone thrower clearly can't see, but there's at least this limitation that like a friendly unit has to be able to see the unit that's having a stone lobbed at it. So, I mean, whatever. I think it's definitely not see competitive play because of the way the attack dice works. So they now roll 1 dice hitting on a 6. They get +1 to hit for each of the defender's remaining ranks if they are cavalry or infantry, because obviously other stuff doesn't have ranks.
Mhm.
So if they are shooting monsters like solos, chariots, whatever, they hit on a 6, which is obviously garbage. Like
Mhm.
that's like this into giants, ironically, is bad, which is funny because I think stone throwers is like Night's Watch fighting giants with stone throwers feels thematic, but
Yeah.
apparently a great massive giant is very difficult to hit with a stone thrower, even though it's huge. I don't know. So they're terrible into cavalry, anything that isn't cavalry or infantry, because they'll only be hitting on a 6 or 1 dice. And then for each, if they hit, each success generates an additional hit for the defender's ranks beyond the first. So if I say I'm shooting a full health infantry unit, I get +3 to hit. So I now hit on a 3, which is nice. And then when I hit the unit on a 3, if I do, I generate some extra hits for each of their ranks beyond the first. So I generate 2 additional hits. Yeah, it's obviously not very good, but I'm glad that they're playing the game a bit more earnestly and like taking part, and where they are positioned on the board still doesn't really matter, but like I don't know, it's going to be a bit less silly than it used to be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. Sorry, not loads more to say about them. I'm mostly happy that they're playing more honestly. Okay, conscripts then. Conscripts went down to 4 points. That's the change. Nice and easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Not really
think
much to say on them, is there?
no, not really. I mean, 4 points. I guess one thing to say, they went to 4 points and the Watch Marshal went down to 3, which is a bit similar to what Joe was saying about Targaryens. This should open up list building for Night's Watch players quite nicely. So Night's Watch is a faction with just like 1,000,000 7-point units. So that's good. I think there should be some nice options when putting a list together. And a 4-point unit is 12 wounds that you have to deal with. As 4-point units go, their attack is kind of fine. Their defensive stats are kind of what you'd expect for a 4-point unit. But supply aid is a very, very nice order on a 4-point unit. So
yeah, exactly.
they're not
Especially
peasants.
giving it to those elite units, right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So they still do the thing they've always done, but they're cheaper. And that's good.
No, absolutely. Now we get onto the Ranger Hunters, and also, as you've literally just mentioned, the Watch Marshal as well.
Cool. All right, yeah. So the Watch Marshal has a typo on his card. It says he can perform a maneuver or retreat at the start of his activation twice on there. It's cool. The retreat's cool. That's something Jorah Mormont can do. That also, I think people overlook that because obviously most cav just do maneuver, but solo cav can retreat. It's kind of a nice little thematic thing. The change here is that he's 3 points and he can only suffer 1 wound from failing a panic test. So quite in keeping with the update generally, obviously makes him better and opens up some list building options, which is all good stuff. Attack Repo is a good order. Yeah, I like it. It's a good change. Hopefully see him in more lists.
And the Ranger Hunters.
The Ranger Hunters gained Skirmisher. This makes them the new Sand Skirmishers, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Like this is a skirmishing, playing in your flank, charging you or shooting you unit. Yeah, this is cool. They're quite similar to the Sand Skirmishers, to be fair. It's a very similar profile now that those two units share. Yeah, I think overall there's probably struggling on the defensive side, both units really. I think Night's Watch they have some interesting commander cards that synergize well that let this unit retreat on. I think is it Benjin? I think. Yeah, interesting unit. Skirmish is a great change for them. I think that really helps them. They're a unit that wants to be in the flank, charging you, retreating, shooting you. I think that Swift Strike puts them like quite significantly ahead of the Sand Skirmishers in terms of their sort of general utility.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice, man. Change your facing, charge them on, retreat, shoot them. Yeah, it's cool. I think we'll see quite a lot more of them in season 7 than we have. I was already surprised that you don't see them that often, to be honest. So, yeah, this is good. It's really a really nice change, letting them change their facing.
Okay, which brings us onto the NCU changes for them, which first off we're starting with Bowen Marsh and Gior Mormont.
Yeah, sure. So Bowen Marsh, top half of his card's the same. He has gained. Sorry, so what does that let him do? The top half lets him look at 2 cards on top of your tactics deck, put one in your hand and put one in your hand, put one back on the bottom of the deck. And he does this every time he claims his own, which is really nice. So he has a nice bit of not just card draw, but like better card draw. And he has gained each time one of your Night's Watch units is destroyed, you can take one of the attached cards and place it in your hand, which is cool, right? It's more of like confirmation that their tactics deck will keep working the way it does. It may well be changed in the future, but yeah, the way it works is, I think, going to stay the same. That would be my assumption, which is cool. So yeah, I think that's a nice change. Yeah, I think it's still difficult to see him in lists because the deck isn't very strong. So his whole thing is like drawing you cards and helping you play your cards. So if you don't have a lot of faith in your deck in the first place, like, are you ever going to put Bowen Marsh in a list? Probably not. Are you going to put him in a list now that he also puts a card in your hand when a unit dies? Probably not. I'm not expecting like this pushes Night's Watch players to start running him because Night's Watch players tend not to. Oh, they're not happy with their deck right now.
Yeah.
And then Jorah Mormont. Jorah Mormont is a similar situation. So the top half of his deck is the same. And he has gained that once per game at the start of any turn, he can also do some tactics card stuff. So he takes a tactics card that can be attached to a unit from the discard pile and then attaches it straight to a unit. So it's more of the same. It's quite kind of similar to Bowen Marsh. Presumably what Bowen Marsh will do is then attach the card he just got onto a unit. So yeah, it's a bit more recursion of the Night's Watch cards, which is helping with the fact that they can drop off unexpectedly. I think these are sensible changes that just help the Night's Watch kind of manage their deck. So yeah, a good change, both of them, but a change that interacts with the cards, and the cards aren't very popular, so it doesn't necessarily mean we'll see loads of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Going on to the last of the NCU updates, well, to be honest, the 2 that are left are Craster and Samwell Tarly.
Nice. Well, Craster's a really small change. He already he could influence the unit, and that would allow them to ignore rough and hindering terrain and also removed a condition. That's the same as it always was. It's quite a cool influence anyway. But what it now does is it stops them being targeted by enemy tactics cards or by enemy tactics board zones. So I guess that's maybe like on your conscript so they don't get crown zapped, or just your Night's Watch unit that has loads of cards attached to it so it can't get crown zapped.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's just protecting you from, I guess, a token off of letters. Yeah, nice little improvement. Nice little improvement. And again, just more of the same in terms of tactics cards. This is helping to keep the tactics cards to stick to the unit and not fall off the units, which is a good thing, I would say.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I like these changes. These feel like sensible changes for an army that's struggling a bit with their deck and how it works. And then Samwell Tarly, man, this is an NCU. I think this is a great NCU. I really like how Samwell Tarly works. So he's kept his +1 tactics card hand size that he always had. And what he now gains in addition is something completely different, but like great, which is 2 order tokens. And very simply, when a combat unit is performing an attack, excuse me, so that is attack, not melee attack. So I think this will synergize nicely with maybe the crossbows as well. You can make the defender vulnerable. And I think twice per game, just making a defender vulnerable when you attack them is great because it's a token that can't easily be removed outside of maybe a Baratheon Stag's Wit or something. So, there's no time to remove that token, right? You're adding it the moment you need it.
Yeah.
And that's just cool. That's just a cool NCU, I think. I like having more cards in my hand. I like 2 vulnerable tokens right where I want them, ranged or melee. I think for 4 points, that's a really great NCU.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Versatile,
Yeah, that kind of concludes everything with the Night's Watch, which will bring us on to the Boltons. Yeah, so this card got leaked. I can't remember by who, so I do apologise to the content creator. But it was the Dreadfort Archers. Now, as everybody knows, we had like a 6.5 change to Boltons. So they've now been given mark target. So you're giving that vulnerable token out within long range. What else was there? Same moves, same attack profiles, same saves. And to be honest with you, Ruthless Volley went unchanged. So to be quite honest with you, it was just mark target that they were given, which still makes them really, really good. Obviously, the natural attachment for this is sticking in Damon Dance for me. So you get that 3-inch maneuver. Obviously, in the next update, we're going to see attachments changed. So I wouldn't be surprised if something, got changed for this, because they're certainly one of the better ranged units in the game now. I mean, obviously, compared to something like Lightbringers, which obviously we've covered, they're still a deadly unit at range. Going into the other unit cards was all about the Bloody Mummers. So the first one was the Skirmishers, and the other one was the Zorse Riders. For the spearmen, for the Skirmishers. So Mummer's Tricks had Vicious added. Still has Skirmisher, still has the same attack profile. So the only change there was that really they've gained Vicious. I mean, I still, it's one of those units I'm not sure on. I'm sure they've got their place. Cool looking models. But the other one was the Zorse Riders. And with the Zorse Riders, they are now attack on a 7/6, whereas previously they were only a 6/4, hitting on 3s, which is wow. Yeah, I think that's really, really good. I think the Zorse Riders are going to get a lot more table time. Also, Mama's Tools have had rerolls added, which once again, you get the side charge on the condition token. Sorry, so they do their free maneuver. You're in short range. You give out that vulnerable token. Then you decide to charge. For argument's sake, you've only just got that vulnerable token on them. You've got a choice. Even if you fail the charge, you can still do the rerolls. And obviously, you've still got Crit Blow, Sundering, and Vicious. Yeah, I can't see a reason why Zorse Riders might not be taken. Okay, they've not got great saves on 5/7, but I still think they've got a place on the table. There's still something that people need to worry about, because if you don't, they're going to punish you. The other unit that changed was the Dreadfort Spearmen. So the only real change with them is to do with Impaling Spear. So now, after they complete an attack, the defender becomes weakened. And what was the other section? Rather than failing a panic test or destroying a rank, which is what it was previously. So they're giving that weakened token out kind of regardless. Other than that, the unit's unchanged. Once again, I don't see why someone would bring this to the table. On a 7-up morale, 4-up save. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, I suppose you could potentially put Grunt in and maybe try and block a few hits, but he's better in something like Blackguards, if I'm totally honest with you. So in terms of the Bolton changes, I mean, they were strong before anyway. We knew this before going into season 7. 6.5. They were the OP faction. So there's not a massive amount of changes for them, but we'll see on that side. NCU wise, yeah.
Because on the units, Brad, I think
Yeah, go on. Sorry, yeah.
Zorthright has probably got the problem that Rides of High Guard. If that was the neutral profile for neutral Zorth Riders, they would be in every factions list that has a cavalry attachment.
Yeah.
The reason you never saw them before in Bolton's in season 6 or 6.5, and probably the reason you won't see them in season 7 very often is because there's no Bolton attachment. I mean, they're absolutely a fantastic unit. If you had a cavalry attachment, you see them in every list that could bring them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once again, they're out of the box. They're cool models. Like one of my favourite ones is the guy that's holding the big kind of sledgehammer. Yeah, I'd love to see them more on the table.
They do look brilliant. I'd also love to see them more. Yeah, they're a fantastic looking unit. That's a cool profile, but I agree with Joe. It just comes back always to the attachment problem at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's quite true. I mean, maybe further down the line, we might see like a general attachment box for each individual faction. So maybe they'll have like a heroes box, but essentially have every faction attachment in there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they haven't done that before, so I don't see why they do that from this point onwards. But yeah, it's obviously a hole that needs to be filled, right?
Yeah, there are many solutions, but yeah, that will be one of them.
Yeah. Going on to the NCUs, Roose didn't change at all apart from his picture. Yeah, a little bit confused by that. And obviously, I think it was brought up in Tawny Ground again, but the formatting of the text is a bit spaced apart. But ultimately, it is the same as it was in season 6 or 6.5. We should really call it for the Boltons. Walder, on the other hand, has basically had her once per game, if you want to call it, nerfed. Personally, I think for 4 points, she should heal 1 on every zone she claims, and then 1 on the once per game plus the round. Still having it at 2, like if you can grab the bags, you're healing 5 wounds. It's ridiculous. She's still, in my opinion, an auto include. Yeah, I don't know what your guys' views is on this, but like I don't really think the nerf, if you can put it in inverted commas, is really much of a nerf to Walder Frey. I think people will still take this in their droves.
Still very strong in a faction that grinds as well as the Boltons do. Yeah, still, I think agree for 4. That still feels very much in the auto include sort of territory.
Mm.
Yeah. Was it a zone replaced before?
No. So as long as she doesn't claim the board, so to speak. She just, so basically it's like what Balon used to do.
All right, so it was like that before. Okay, so the change is just from 2 wounds to 1, right? That's the only change.
Yeah.
2 plus instead of 1 plus instead of 2 plus. Okay.
Yeah. So initially, when they did the first update with Walder, she had 1 on both, but she was a 5-point NCU. And the biggest kind of the biggest kind of opinion people had on it was that for 5 points, doing 1 on when you claim a zone and 1 when you do your once per game was ridiculous on a 5-point unit. So then they decided to reduce it to 4 points, but have 2 on each. So you'd have 2 on the zone you claimed, plus 2 plus the round you've got. So you get to round 4, you're healing 6 wounds. Which, if I'm honest with you, I've played in a Ramsay Bolton list, which heals lots anyway. And I've had the blackguards down on 1 rank, then instantly kind of gone, right, well, I'm pretty much back up to full rank. All that work you've put in was literally pointless. So I think the sweet spot here is having her at 4 points and having 1 on each rather than it be 5. I think that's kind of where she sits.
Interesting. Yeah, it does feel strong for 4. I've only played the new Boltons once, but yeah, super grindy. So
yeah. I mean, she's an auto take in any Bolton list now, any turn. I mean, that was kind of a bit of a skim over Boltons. I mean, they haven't had much of a change. And ironically, we're going on to the Brotherhood now, which obviously the only unit that was spoiled and changed for the Brotherhood was the Peasant Levy. Are you okay to take that one, Joe?
Yeah. Yes, the two changes in Brotherhood. One was that the Caitlyn attachment now also gives vicious when on units that she's attached to, so that's quickly covered. Peasant Levy, quite a big change in many respects. When it was released, everyone thought they'd just been given some additional attack dice and sentinel and still were at 4, but actually it turned out they had gone up to 5. So I think everyone probably agree that Peasant Levy were good at 4, possibly too good. I think their morale was too good at 4. And obviously with Sentinel and additional attacks, they were way too good for 4.
Mm-hmm.
But now 5 with Sentinel, slightly more attacks in the same profile. I feel like they're probably a weak 5-point unit. So it's one of the problems with the lack of granularity in the system is it would be a strong 4-point unit and a weak 5-point unit with a change like this. So I see what Brotherhood players make of this. Slightly perplexing, I'll be honest. Slightly perplexing what this is all about. I haven't done a lot of the maths on Brotherhood about how this now affects things, but yeah, Sentinel, but 25% more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
a lot of Brotherhood players would have rather they didn't have Sentinel and just stayed at 4, right? Like, just leave
Yeah,
them
I
alone.
think so. I think they're a worse
Maybe.
unit.
Yeah, I guess that might have been the intention if 4 was a typo in the teaser thing. Maybe they were too good at 4 and the intention was just to just bring them down in terms of their sort of power level. Odd. I agree,
Yeah,
perplexing. They could have stayed 4 and just got worse in some other way, but yeah, strange.
Mm.
Strange.
And then briefly coming back to Catelyn. So the biggest thing was she got vicious. Did you say?
On the influence.
yeah. Well, the only thing that changed was when you attach her to a enemy unit, your units always used to get rerolls. Now they also get vicious. I mean, you attach her because she does wounds every time they take an action, so it's quite painful for cavalry.
Mm.
And the rerolls bonus, and now you also get vicious. But I mean, the biggest restriction is around you can't field her with Beric Dondarrion. You can't field her with herself as commander. You can only field her with Thor as commander, who's the worst of the 3 commanders. So she's a decent NCU. She was a decent NCU. Yeah, a pretty bland update, really. It's not really changed anything.
No, I mean
If
they're a
you're
small
playing
faction at the
Thoris,
start.
if you're playing Thoris Commander, you'd be taking her anyway, probably. So now she does a little bit more.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which literally brings us to the last faction, which I thought I'd leave for last because obviously neutrals everyone could use. But the leaked card was the Hedge Knights. Tom, have you got some notes and some opinions on that?
Yeah, very simple. The Hedge Knights gained +1 morale, +1 attack die on 1 rank, which is a nice little change. I think it's cool. I'm always surprised Greyjoy players don't play more cavalry.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see them in some Greyjoy lists. They're a cool unit. They're very awesome models and a nice painting challenge. There are some really beautiful Hedge Knight minis out there, so hope to see them in person at some point. I don't know if I've ever seen the unit being played outside of games with you, Joe, like just our sort of practice games. Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, you can
cool.
always pick yourself up a Sworn Knights box and run them as Hedge Knights, can't you?
Well, I did that.
Yeah.
I went to a tournament with one. Well, it was a double Hedge Knight list with one box of Hedge Knights, one box just Sworn Knights. No one minded. In fact, I played you, Brad. You were playing Boltons.
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah,
The other
little
cards
holding out
that
for
kind of got released with this was a bit of a change to the Golden Company. So we've got the Swordsman and the War Elephant.
Yeah, nice. So the Golden Company Swordsman gained Golden Reputation, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
As after an enemy completes a melee attack on this unit, if the enemy does not have more remaining ranks than this unit, which they may well not, because this is quite a good defensive unit, they become panicked and vulnerable. That's a situational but reasonably nice ability. They kept Mastercrafted, so they still always reroll, but they've lost Adaptive Style, which is a shame. Yeah, overall, not quite sure how to feel about this. They've got an extra die in the middle rank, I think, as well. But yeah, I think that's probably worse than Adaptive Style, or at least less flexible. You're less in control of when it happens. Odds, yeah.
I think it's
The big
better, right?
I
I
mean, to
think
be
it is
fair, they've
better.
got the +1 defense and the +1 panic, like addition to them, so they're now a 3/5 rather than a 4/6.
Sorry, to be clear, I think they're better overall. Sorry, I was just debating whether Golden Reputation is something you wanted more than Adaptive Style. I don't know. Anyway,
Well,
sorry.
the adaptive style is the trade-off for the. So adaptive style is a conditional. For one attack, you get +1 defense, +2 panic.
Yeah.
And that's been basically traded off for a permanent +1 defense, +1 panic.
And I remember
Basically,
back, is it in seasons 4 or season 5 when adaptive style used to be, you pick one of those two and you got it for the rest of the round.
yeah, exactly.
But are these getting played at 7 points still? Like, they're a decent defensive unit now, but with no keywords on the attack. I guess maybe depends if you can give
Yeah,
them the keyword, right?
yeah. I
I'm just not
mean,
sure
you're
they're
going to
a
Yeah,
need an
7 point
attachment, aren't
unit
you?
because a 7 point unit to me has good defensive stats and an attack that your opponent needs to worry about. And I feel like this is an ignorable unit until.
they have to be worse than the in-faction 7-point units because otherwise everyone's just playing Golden Company Swordsman. So
I remember.
I think they're about right. You know,
Yeah.
they're decent in
I,
neutrals and they're solid in maybe like Martells or something. You know, where they just need you can do a 3-up armor unit.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We do remember the dark days of my first Song tournament ever. I played Chris Tamplin running 3 units of Golden Company Swordsman. So I know what you mean. Yeah, we don't want to go back to the days of everybody running max Golden Company Swordsman in every faction. Yeah, I mean they're definitely better overall, I would say. I'm just questioning whether they, get much done on their attack. That's all. And then the elephant, very similar to the mammoth. So I think the really cool thing is that shift. So it can now shift forward directly 5 inches, and then charge, which gives it like a really super long threat range, which is really cool. And it also got slightly scary on the attack, rolling an extra die. But it lost vicious for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think overall, yeah, it's definitely better overall. That shifting at the start is really cool.
Which is what the War Mammoths got for free folk. So it certainly feels like they've tried to offer some kind of solution to, okay, you don't get a free maneuver, but we'll give you this.
I think the last thing as well that is just really nice thematic rule is that it ignores all the terrain. I think that's just really cool. And in this case, I think it should be able to charge to a palisade, by the way.
Yeah, no, to be fair, like, yeah, you got an elephant at full pelt, I think is going to take them down some kind of wooden palisade, right?
I would think so. What were we talking about before that had this rule? I've changed my mind. If
Oh,
the
the Stark
elephant was
Outriders.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, like random Stark shouldn't be charging through palisades, but the elephant, I'm down. I think the elephant should destroy whichever terrain piece it crosses while it charges. That would be very cool. Like another way to remove terrain would be great because we've seen at SGT, right? We've seen that hiding range units behind palisades and such is quite an oppressive sort of, I don't want to say loophole in the rules, but quite an oppressive sort of use of terrain. So it'd be
Oh,
kind of cool for
absolutely.
there to be more ways to remove terrain.
Yeah. You can dictate a
Rather
lot
than
more of the game
burning up.
that way.
Yeah. So yeah, I like this is a cool change and gives them, yeah, I think more reasons to be put in lists.
Cool.
Which is nice.
Which finally brings us on to the NCU updates.
Well, we've said
there's some interesting ones here. I think that's kind of why I wanted them at the bottom, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, obviously, first up, we've got Jack and Hagar and Walder Frey. What do you make of these guys?
Well, yeah, really interesting. Obviously great because they can be taken by every faction, so we're all interested in this, which is cool. The Jack and change is quite an exciting one. It's going to lead to loads of rules questions. So Jaqen has 3 order tokens on him. Each time he activates, he can remove an order token. If he does this, he becomes essentially a copy of an enemy NCU. So he gains all their abilities, and I think crucially compared to his old card as well, you replace their name with his name. So like if their NCU ability names them, then that's now Jaqen, right? So he gets to like properly be an enemy NCU, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely, yeah.
I don't foresee any strange interactions where the NCU effect like doesn't work because it's a Jaqen copy rather than its normal NCU, but maybe there will be one. If a copied, this is an interesting point, if a copied ability requires order tokens to be spent, you have to spend them from Jaqen's card. So he uses one of his 3 to copy, and then he, depending on the NCU's copied, he's hoping to copy a NCU with like a really good influence, or an NCU that just does something that I think doesn't require order tokens. I don't think he really wants to be spending his own order tokens on whatever the NCU does. Obviously, there will be times where that's cool. The game I played today, my opponent playing Lannister copied Roderick Cassell and then used one of the Jaqen tokens to reroll an attack, which was interesting. So I think situationally you'll do it, but ideally he wants to be copying something else.
Yeah.
That doesn't require a token.
Yeah, if you're spending one
cool.
or 2 tokens just to do that one thing, it's got to be game changing, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think this is cool. I've always liked Jaqen. I think his like copying an enemy NC or influence has always been like a cool way to have him work out. I think this is overall better because it gives him way more options. In the past, when he was just copying an influence, there were certain matchups where there was nothing for him to copy. Whereas now it feels like in every game he should have something he can do. Obviously, how impactful it will be will vary a lot depending on your opponent. So you're taking a risk putting him in one of your 2 lists for an event, and you're also signposting a little bit, in terms of that list chicken bit where you're both picking which list you're going to play. If you've got Jaqen in one of your lists, that is going to somewhat dictate what you want to drop, and it's going to give your opponent a little bit of a heads up as to what you might do. So yeah, I think it's very cool. It's thematic. I love it. Is it like really powerful? I think in some matchups, yes. In other matchups, no. So it's going to be like an inconsistent but fun NCU to use.
Yeah.
And I couldn't imagine myself putting him in lists.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that... Sorry, go on. Go after you, Joe.
Well, I'm not sure I entirely agree with you, Tom, because I think you'll probably see Jaqen in almost every list. Because you bring 3 NCUs, right? And so presumably at least one of those NCUs is quite good that you're bringing. So you bring Jaqen to copy that good NCU. So almost anyone that's built a list will have an NCU in it that's quite good and is worth copying with Jaqen. And then on top of that, you've got what your opponent brings as well. So I think we're probably going to be in the Jaqen meta for the next year, where almost every list contains Jaqen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously beforehand it was only copying influences, wasn't it? Whereas now it copies anything.
Exactly. And so you had to bring another influence NCU, your own influence NCU, to make it worth it, because his non-copy ability was so niche. It has to be infantry, has to be melee, and all it does is give precision. It really had to bring 2 influences yourself. Whereas now, just bring whatever you like. Bring Baratheon, bring Elena, bring just anything really. So you yourself will be bringing something that Jaqen can copy for value.
Isn't there some diminishing return there? Like, if you could bring the same NCU more than once, how often would you do that? Would you just run 2 Barristons in every target list, for example? Maybe
probably.
Yeah.
2 Quaiths, 2 Helenas, 2, I don't know. Who's your favourite NCU? I mean, Baelish might be a bad example because you have to spend an extra token to make it happen. But Cersei, just even use Cersei. Yeah, you definitely copy the new Cersei, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
100%. 100%.
yeah, good
Walder
point.
Frey below us.
Walder Frey, yeah. Let's talk about what he does.
Go for it. Yeah.
So if he influences a friendly unit, they get +1 speed and can pivot at the start of their activation. This, I think, situationally good if it means you can now charge somebody you could charge, but I'm actually more excited about the enemy option. So if he influences an enemy unit, -1 speed and may not pivot at the end of a maneuver or march. I think this is quite an exciting influence. It is 5 points, but I think the way that kind of locks your opponent's positioning and sort of, their unit is now either maneuvering forward or maneuvering at an angle that then is exposing their flank, or is going to just march directly forward and then not be able to pivot at the end. I think that is, I think again, it will be situational and it will take a lot of skill to spot when the right time to do that is and which unit to influence. But it's quite an exciting thing that up until now, I don't think, or I don't know of a way to do that in Song. Like, this is something I can't think of anything like this in the past where you could really sort of like almost pin a unit in place or like on its kind of facing, if that makes sense. So I
Yeah,
think that's
absolutely.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's 5 points, so it's a lot of points. Is it worth 5 points? I think it's worth testing out. I don't feel confident to say it is or isn't really. I'd like to play it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a
Yeah, I guess
4-point.
I think certain factions will like this, right? Like Starks, I think, could like this because they already have maneuver, tricks about maneuvering, and maybe that dials them up to 11. I can see
Greyjoy as well. If you
Baratheon, Greyjoy, yeah.
Greyjoy, where you've got a lot of blocks of infantry, and you're like, I'm sick of being flanked by cavalry. Now I can pivot before I charge.
Yeah, yeah, that's agreed. Yeah, spot on. So interesting piece. Yeah,
Yeah,
interesting
absolutely.
piece.
And it brings us on to the very last NCU, but probably the one that probably people want to hear about, I imagine, the most, considering he's the most used NCU in the game. Is that right?
Oof, got to be one of them, right?
Mm.
Definitely by me, yes.
By Joey is for sure. So Varys went back to season 5. Was it 5? I think it was 5, maybe 4. Yeah, Varys just went back to being 5 points and having 4 order tokens. So
I
he
mean,
does the
I'm
same thing he used to do.
personally
But
quite glad in the sense that because he's quite expensive, I don't think we're going to see the overspam of him now.
it's funny, isn't it? Because when he was 5 points with 4 tokens, he wasn't really getting played much. Then he went to 4 with 3 tokens and was getting played everywhere. And I'm kind of with you, Brad. I think Joe might keep playing him, but I'm not sure.
Like, he was your free
Funny,
pass
isn't it?
token, wasn't he? At the end of the day.
What do you
Yeah,
think,
we'll
Joe? Are
see
you
him
going to keep playing?
less. I mean, we will see him less. It'll come down to the maths, I think. It means technically he's more efficient now. 4 tokens for 5 points is more efficient than 3 tokens for 4 points. But yeah, it'll come down to the maths, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you fit him on the list?
Yeah. So that kind of concludes, obviously, all of the updates. As a kind of a sign off, what I was going to say to you guys is what. So instead of saying, who's the winners and losers, we discussed this off air as well. But what's kind of your hot take and your cold take on the entire update? So your hot take being
Right, I'll go
something that's
first.
quite spicy.
Okay, my cold take is that Baratheon and Lannisters, I think, are the big winners. Yeah, ranged Baratheon meta, as weird as it sounds, I think that's where we are currently.
Yeah.
Lannisters, I just think about a big glow up on their NCUs, massive glow up on their NCUs. And that, the core units that made the Lannister faction work in terms of Castle Rock on a guard, Halberdiers, crossbows, they're all still there kicking around. Knights of Castle Rock. So now they've got better NCUs. So I think they were strong and they'll be stronger. Baratheon gone bananas on their range units. That'll be interesting to deal with. My hot take is I think there's something we're missing around mammoths and elephants. I feel it's coming, guys. It's going to be the mammoth elephant meta this season.
Joe Bright will be happy.
Yeah, 3 months from now, we'll all be running Golden Company officers with elephants.
How about yourself, Tom?
A good question. I'm still deciding. Okay, hot take. Pink Samwell Tarly, possibly the best 4-point NCU in the game right now. I know that's spicy and no one's going to agree, and no one thinks the Night's Watch tactics deck is so bad that you don't need an extra card in your hand. But I don't know, there's something about Samwell Tarly's abilities that for 4 points seem brilliant. All right, that's my spice. Samwell Tarly. Watch out, guys. He's going to be dominating the scene. Night's Watch winning every tournament with Sam. My cold take is, I mean, Joe said the really obvious one, I think. All right, I'm going to add another cold take. Giants are going to be very, very dominant in this season. I think we'll see giant lists winning tournaments. And yeah, that'll be my cold take. Giants good.
No, fair enough. I think it's going to be pretty obvious about my cold take. I think Martells have been diddled. I think they've suffered the worst out of this update. People still play them. Of course, they'll still play them, but I can see them submarining to the bottom of the power rankings.
Nymeria, though.
Yeah, it's still good, but I just think compared to everything else that's been updated, I personally think they're just not going to be in the strongest place that they have been. I mean, obviously, they've still got their deck. Honestly, I don't know if you can call it a hot take or not, really, but I would say until we get the Season 8 update or the summer update, whatever they want to call it, you're not going to see a completely balanced game, only for the fact that when the tactics cards have been changed and also the attachments have been changed as well, and maybe any minute any minute adjustments to some of the units we've seen this evening. I think then you're going to have a broader view of the whole game in its entirety.
Here's a hot take for you, Brad. Martell just became the best melee faction in the game with Nymeria Sand.
Well, we'll see.
You've got your glass cannon unit that's really a glass cannon now, your 5-point gang up enabling unit, and you've got your hit and run dervishes with, I think, one of the best influence cards in the game, probably the best influence right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think a hot take would be your dervishes are probably going to see a lot more table time, and I think there's a few attachments that can squeeze in there that can make them quite interesting. But I don't want to harp on all the time about Martells, of course, even though they are my one true love. Oberyn for king. Well, it kind of nicely brings us to the end of the update. For anyone that's still tuning in, I appreciate it's just gone past midnight now. Thank you both.
Well, Brad, just before we go, I did ask chat whether they had any hot takes themselves.
Oh, go on.
So, Paul Lurfer, I don't know who that actually is.
That's Danny Carter.
Okay, his hot take is that he doesn't like the peasant changes.
Right. Okay.
And we got Nick Keys has been with us for the whole, as far as I can tell, the whole 4 hours. Very impressive. And he thinks the game is more balanced than it was previously.
Interesting hot take.
I agree with that. I do think this update overall is overwhelmingly positive. Like, it's a lot of buffs to things we never saw, and I think that's a good thing. And I think we'll see some interesting builds coming out in Season 7. So I'm with Nick there. I do think overall this is a positive change.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think like the overarching thing of this entire update is it's just nice and good to see something happening in the game again, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's revitalized.
Obviously, SGT for me personally was one of those moments of, we're back. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was so good to see the community alive and well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you there, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, on obviously on that note, Joe, Tom, thank you both very much for joining me for 4 hours worth of discussion on season 7. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys soon for some more games and stuff. Until next time, everyone. When we do our next stream, whenever that may be, hoods up. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Thanks, guys.